I could be who you want, 'cause I know that I need to be happy too. And then things turn to dust when I've loved just to mess up and tell the truth. All I hear is an echo, turn the words that we say to ammo. Sleeping on the side of the bed though, weeks of gone can't let go. I go crazy when you call my name, make me lose my game. When you call my name, I go crazy, 'cause I can't escape. When you call my name, when you call my name, I go crazy. When you call my name, make me lose my game. When you call my name, I go crazy, 'cause I can't escape. When you call my name, when you call my name. All I hear is an echo, turn the words that we say to ammo. Sleeping on the side of the bed though, weeks of gone can't let go. I go crazy when you call my name, make me lose my game. When you call my name, I go crazy, 'cause I can't escape. When you call my name, when you call my name, I go crazy. When you call my name, make me lose my game. When you call my name, I go crazy, 'cause I can't escape. When you call my name, when you call my name. Swallow it, take me away to Neverland, where colors fade my disbelief and make me forget my memories. Rent a car you can't afford, put on a song that we both know, let your hair out in the wind, put the pedal to the floor, play me loud and take a smoke, put your broken rip-off wafers on. Doesn't matter if the sun goes down, we'll still be up, don't care about the place we found. We'll still be up, we're in this together, we both fall down. Doesn't matter if the sun goes up, 'cause we will still be high when the lights out. control. about the place we found. We'll still be up, still be up. We're in this together. We both fall down. Doesn't matter if the sun goes up, 'cause we will still be high when the lights out. With the lights on.
Have this feeling, haven't felt for so long. Took a hold of me and won't let go. I've been sleeping, caught me off my guard, 'cause you're in my space and now I'm so pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me to open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything, 'cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything, 'cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Shot away. Won't let you touch me, won't let you go to my head, 'cause I know I'm dealing with the devil. But I'm standing with my heart in your hand, and I'm too deep into in this gamble. Pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me to open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything, 'cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. I've been holding on, I wouldn't let you go, 'cause every time I try you find a loophole. I've been slamming the door and just leave you cold. When I come back, you've heated up the South Pole. You see my body rush for the escape, while my heart wants to stay. I run away, hit the road, and I know my stay, but I keep turning back just like a boomerang. You're like a backseat ghost telling me to stop. No matter what you do, I keep on coming back just like a
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters, where we are here finally for the playoffs of Rocket League. By the end of today, we will be deciding two teams that are heading towards LAN, as well as handing out the bronze medal, the fourth place match also taking place. I'm thoroughly looking forward to this. I'm Hazard JC, of course, joined alongside Cairo on the virtual casting desk. Cairo, how do you feel to be here?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Some car football, Haz, you're known for football knowledge. So let's see how it's like when it comes in towards Rocket League game. A very exciting day to be had.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm really thoroughly looking forward to getting those teams towards LAN, and hopefully, they can book in those spots as they deservedly have been grinding towards for the last few months. I mean, if you look back at the schedule that we've been through, the last chance qualifiers and whatnot for each of the games that we've played so far, and the many more that we have coming up here at Amazon University Esports Masters, it is very, very exciting stuff. So in terms of Amazon University Esports Masters as a whole, it is the premier format for university competition within EMEA. Universities will compete in their own regional circuits for the chance to represent their region, their country at large here on the international stage. They play throughout a set of qualifiers, moving in towards the playoff stage that we'll be presenting for you today for Rocket League specifically, alongside many other games that we show here on the broadcast, including Valorant, Teamfight Tactics, and League, for example. So just very quickly to shout out all of the socials as well, so you can keep up to date with what it is exactly that we've got going on for these next few weeks or so. Make sure to stay in tune with those. You can find them anywhere sort of below the stream, I suppose. Then moving in towards the calendar and what it is exactly that we do have lined up for you in concrete. We'll be able to pull that up on the stream so that we can get a look at some of these dates in the next coming weeks or so, and actually run over those specifically. I believe we should be able to look at the calendar, but if not, then that is okay. We also have a format explainer video, which will be telling you what the format looks like exactly here for Rocket League. Which we will be able to show you in a moment. Of course, the format is a knockout process. This is single elimination rather than double elimination, which we had in some of the other ones, for example. But yeah, we can look at the format now.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are two types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket, and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
So looking at the format there again, and once again reiterating, make sure you guys do keep up to date with the socials if you want to find out about that very exciting LAN tournament, of course, powered by Omen. All the PCs there will be ran on those, so very looking forward to seeing how exactly that goes. But yeah, we also do have the calendar now available for you, so we can see the dates that are going to be coming up, the ones which have already expired that we've been through. Cara and I, of course, taking you through the last chance qualifier for Valorant, which you can see just at the top of the May section. Now moving into the mid-month, we've got the Rocket League playoffs in a week's time or so, Teamfight Tactics, Valorant League, and then the finals, in fact, for TFT will be taking place on the 21st at the end of this month. A quick player break in June so that the teams can get prepared once they've qualified for the live finals in July, which we will be announcing very soon. So as I said before, socials are the place to be if you want to find out about that.
Yeah, 100% has. You got to keep up to date with those, and obviously LAN finals, you know, it's a bit exciting. A lot is on the line for these teams.
Yeah, you can just almost feel it building right now, just
Yeah.
waiting to get into this first set of games. As the format explainer mentioned, we are now in single elimination. It's the last chance for these teams to book in their place in the LAN finals with a prize pool of 4.2 thousand euros, 2.4 for whoever it is that takes home the first place. And then if you even move in towards third place there in the 600 euros per team, that's like 200 per player if you're splitting it up, because we're playing threes, of course. We're going to be doing a third place playoff game today after the semi-finals have concluded, and we've already selected our two teams for LAN. So still plenty of cash up for grabs, even if you aren't able to make it the full distance, and well worth playing out in this upper bracket.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, thanks to the sponsor, Omen, that's been able to help us sponsor this tournament and help towards the general running and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's always great to have a sponsor on board. And as I said before, we have those brand spanking new shiny Omen PCs at the LAN finals when that does get announced. So looking at the bracket that we actually have for you all today, we can reveal the 8 teams that are going to be participating in the tournament and looking to make a dash towards the LAN finals. At the top, you can see we've got the University of Warwick, SHP, Hanover as well. We've got Ace Kabul that we've seen, Amsterdam Kabul Esports, Roehampton, UEA Blue Jays, UPM. These are a lot of teams that we've seen before, and quite a lot of UK representation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really surprise me, to be honest, Hazza. Let's be honest, the land of football, also the land of car football, apparently. So, yeah, definitely excited to see some of some home representation on the broadcast.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one early on, that double-barreled German matchup that we're seeing. Usually, both of the teams there, I mean, Germany as a region has been one that's produced some really strong teams for Rocket League at a collegiate level in the past. So it's quite cutthroat that they have to go up against each other almost immediately. You've seen some other ones there, like Amsterdam Kabul, for example. We saw them play on stream quite a few times. Very good defensively, but sometimes struggled to build upon that, but eventually were able to take the result in the game that they played there a while ago. I think it was against the Belgian representatives at the time. But yeah, we have all the top 3 teams in the UK at the moment. So Roehampton, Warwick, and UEA, of course. UEA have won the last 2 LAN events for their collegiate tournaments respectively, which we've seen, both the Null and other tournaments as well that have been taking place. Roehampton and Warwick having faced up against them multiple times throughout that. And it is building this narrative which is sort of continuing to grow now as we head into some international competition.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess we can, start talking about who we're going to be seeing first here, as we're straight into the game. It's UEA versus UPM.
Yeah, we are straight in. UEA, of course, as I said before, currently the strongest team coming out of the UK, and they'll have to beat the Spanish best if they are able to progress here. Single elim, as I said before, we are currently underway. UEA trying to bag themselves an early goal, but that pressure is immediately dealt with and nearly converted into an attacking chance, which just goes wide. Snipe able to clear.
Yeah, already we're seeing the transition in towards attack here for UEA, going up high, but the shot just being saved out by UPM. Now it's all up to them to try and get the transition in towards that attack.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few times already. Oh my goodness, that is a loose one. Snipe gonna get it done all by himself. The point I was just about to make was, you've seen here a few times already, it's feeling like a stab in the dark, the attempts on goal that have been made. And in fact, one of those is going to be a blow that sinks to the chest of UPM. And just like that, UEA draw first blood.
Yeah, a bit of a P-roller there. UPM gonna feel a little bit hard done by that. Just a simple mistake and it costs them a goal. How many times have we seen that before? Nice shot, lump up long, but it's a good save.
UA coming into this one certainly will be favourites. They have quite the individuals, as I was speaking of before. Eclat Mackers, one of the best singles players that we have seen in Rocket League in EMEA at least. One Piece as well. I remember always cracking a joke or two on the broadcast about how it sounds like a certain anime. But yeah, UPM having to scramble backwards for just a moment to deal with this threat, and they can't quite clear their lines.
No, it doesn't seem likely. Although, look at this, UEA defending from the halfway line and doing so successfully in towards an attack,
brilliant.
and a lovely goal set up for Snipe.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before as well. We hadn't seen too much team play yet, but Ant-Man, really nice flip around the back, and then Snipe just dunks it on down. It's always more difficult to deal with those bounce shots off of the ground, right? It's just like football, basically. If you're adding some kind of difference to the trajectory, then it makes it that much more difficult to interpret what the flight of the path of the ball looks like. Eclat Mack is already trying to put them on the front foot yet again and grow that lead, as we've seen a little demo in there as well, but not coming to too much right now.
Yeah, demo allowed Snipe to just stay at the back line, defend the goal as we now transition in towards that attack. Eclat Macker's not quite able to put the shot on target, as we're seeing a lot of aerial duels coming through. Nice shot on, but what a defence.
Nice redirect from Blaz there, but nothing comes of it. UEA able to group up in numbers and start to move that ball forward. Eclat Mack is already taking it up the side wall, trying to see if he could reset the flip, perhaps get an additional touch, but unable to do so. Of course, Dabib in position to deal with this issue for now, but UEA are unrelenting right now. As you said before, playing that high press and effectively attacking constantly from within UPM's own half.
Yeah, and UPM really struggling to get out. Almost the transition towards attack. They need to get a goal to try and put the pressure back towards UEA, because right now, I mean, it doesn't feel as if they're going to get a chance to score.
Yeah, we said before, like Amsterdam Carball Esports, for example, always had a really strong defensive line. So even if they were under the cosh several times in a game, you had that foundation to build upon. And it'll be interesting to see what their development in this tournament looks like as well. A dangerous one as we see a clash of bumpers. The ball looping, but Ant-Man can deal with it. Coming into the last 2 minutes or so of this game, UPM want a goal and they need it right now.
Yeah, they do. Aerial up and down. Is a bank shot. Is anyone there to clear it out? Yes, there is from UEA. Already they're going straight on towards the attack here, and UPM need to somehow get the defence sorted.
Yeah, Spanish representatives, not exactly tiki-taka, trying to make the most of the backboard where necessary. But that threat, yet again, dealt with. UEA just trying to keep the ball forward, and I mean, they can afford to sit passive in this position. You have a 2-goal cushion, but why would you when Eclat Mackers continues to dart forward?
Yeah, now as we see here, just a loose ball there, but Snipes able to sweep it up. And UEA for the past couple of minutes haven't been able quite to make an attack stick, which has allowed them to be under pressure here, Hazza. UPM need to try and convert, and as for the minute, they've not been able to.
As we said before, it is single elim, but these are now best of 7 matches. So for UPM, a lot of that will be about conserving momentum, maintaining mental headspace, as we see there. One which could be slightly tilting, a missed opportunity to open this game back up for them. But you have to say that as long as they can, maintain the performance we've seen in the last 2 minutes or so into that second game, they're in with every single chance of, completely turning this one down. It's only the first of the 7 matches, and as long as they can keep moving forwards and stunt this UEA growth that we've seen, they're definitely in with a shot.
Oh, the goal was open for a second, but nobody quite there. We're on the 10-second countdown now as UEA look to make it 1 on the board as UPM go on the attack. Can they at least get 1 to push us in towards the last? Nope, not to be. UEA will take game 1. 1-0 to them.
Yeah, UEA coming in as the favourite, very much expecting them to be doing their best in this performance. And yeah, they've ridden that wave through into this first match as well. As I said before, it's never the be-all and end-all. It's a very nice early advantage to be holding here. But in the best of 7, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And today we have, you know, an Ironman worth of running to be doing from one place down to the final straight, and then the finish line, of course, of the LAN finals at least, or getting very close to crossing the ticker tape. If things then don't improve for them into the second game and then perhaps on towards the third, that's when you need to be worried, of course, because then you're on the precipice of losing and dropping out the competition entirely. But as I said, for now, just making sure that UEA didn't make that a 3 or 4 goal lead and actually just stopping the rot for a moment, I think bodes very well for them coming into the second match.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, UEA had a brilliant first game, but as you said, I mean, if UPM can start off on the front foot in that second, UEA now have to chase the game opens up that ever bit more, and there's more chances for UPM to maybe punish their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the games that UEA have played in the past. I think it was one of the regional finals we saw for them a couple of months ago, live at Insomnia. That was a best of 9. We went all the way to the final game in that one, and I mean, that was an absolute slugfest, I have to say. UEA, sometimes they like to make things look a little bit more difficult than they sometimes are, and not to sort of invite fate or anything along those lines, but if for it to just be as standard as it has looked, at least in that first game, is not entirely my expectation, if I'm being brutally honest. As someone who's graduated through UEA, of course, I have a liking for some of the players on that roster specifically, but I'm not one to just blatantly lie. I'll hold my hands up and tell the truth that, like, they've had me sweating at times before, and I would not be surprised if that maintains and holds to be true in this game as well, as we should be heading into that game number 2 very shortly. For UPM, I mean, you mentioned it a few times on the cast there as well. I think where they were let down the most was that transitional play. You saw for UEA, they opened things up with quite a lucky, I think it's fair to say, individual goal, but then that second one looked a lot more resolute, as you could actually see sort of the team play coming through, whereas for UPM, they struggled to get that ball out of defense and then really create something concrete in their attacking halves.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. UPM in front of goal weren't the most prolific, and there was chances there. It has to be said, Hazza. It's just about converting those chances. And if they don't, then UEA are just going to be able to thrive in what they've been able to do so far. I mean, transitioning straight in towards the attack, that's where most of the goals came from. And it's not as if it was all to do with pressure. It was usually those counter-attacks. But, I mean, at the same time, they are able to withhold pressure on their opponents pretty hard.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about Rocket League as well. Possession is binary. It's not the case that much of the time you're able to actually dribble it out from the back, right? Like you don't have that kind of setup to really take liberty of, whereas there are chances to sort of play the ball forward, but you have to be very good with your passing play, for example. And we've already seen UEA lock in that synergy a few times. The UPM roster being together for, you know, quite the number of months as well. I know that, for example, Snipe came into this team for UEA only a year ago now as a fresher, the sort of new face on the block, but has gelled in really nicely with both Ant-Man and Eclatmakers, who have been around for a little bit longer in the university circuit. So it's nice to see that development, and, you know, even getting a goal here and there, he's been such a valuable addition to how this team has played. They have been undefeated in those LAN environments for, you know, whatever that is worth. If perhaps to tempt fate again, there is a grand final lined up for them. But as I said before, some fierce competition lays in wait in that bracket. Really looking forward to seeing what Hamburg can deliver, for example, if they're able to come out of that double German matchup unscathed. As I said before, a little bit unfortunate to have both representatives regionally go up against each other in the initial quarterfinals. But now in this side of the matchup, coming into game number 2, we are already more than halfway underway here, but UEA with that early lead yet again. Unfortunately, UPM not quite able to overcome the issues that plagued them game 1.
No, it certainly does not seem to be the case. UE already up a goal as they now start to move on towards the attack once again. The ball goes loose. Eclatmakers has picked it up. Can he convert? Yes, he can! 2-0 for UEA.
I was just about to say, the fact that UEA had that early goal timings unaware of. Nobody's scratching off their golden goal ticket this time around. But if anything was to go off from what we saw last game, UPM had a nice finish to them, right? They were at least able to hold the line defensively. If they let slip on a few more here, then it's going to be looking incredibly one-sided coming into that game 3. We want to start to see some kind of resistance rear its head sooner rather than later, because the longer you go with that goal drought, the worse it's going to feel, sort of from round to round, goal to goal.
Yeah, it's also going to be one of those situations where, like, you start to doubt yourself. The mental starts to come in, and UAE have already found 3. It just doesn't seem to stop this onslaught. Yeah,
they pluck another one, an additional feather to the cap of the Blue Jays right now, feeling very comfortable from this position, right? The aggregate scoreline currently holds at 5-0 across the 2 games that we've seen. And as we mentioned, UPM yet to put themselves on the score sheet. That trepidation continues to set in. And while scoreline ultimately won't matter whether you end up winning or losing, it's definitely something to think about, because you can't win without scoring a goal.
Yeah, exactly.
Goals win games, in the words of Gary Neville or whatever it was. Michael Owen, I think it was, that said it. If they score more goals than you, then ultimately you're going to end up at least drawing or losing.
Well, it's something one of my old coaches used to say is goals mean prizes, and right now all the prizes seem to go towards UEA. They just miss out on the goal. Second time of asking has also missed out. Good defence there for UPM, but they can't quite get that transition there as the ball goes a little bit scrappy between the 2 teams.
Yeah, very much. Again, with UEA 3 up, feels like a game 3 waiting room at this point in time. And something one of my coaches used to tell me was, that's your time you're wasting. And right now, UPM are going to want to at least bring some form of consolation with them to make that next game feel a little better. Again, we're seeing this great passing play between UEA, just about teasing it to the corner snipe. But Ant-Man not quite able to do it. Seeing here yet again involved, UPM, perhaps a gap opening up for them to punish, ball sent forward, but dealt with yet again by the boys in blue.
Yeah, the ball goes up wide, and it just goes again a little bit scrappy between the 2 teams. We go to a 10-second counter. I feel as if this match, will be over and done with very, very quickly, as we see UEA get it all the way up the park. The ball's not quite hit the ground yet, but it will do so now. Game 2 winner is UEA.
Yeah, the ball drops. UPM dropped the ball in that game as well. And when is the penny going to drop that this game looks to be over? Because it doesn't feel like that way just yet. We have seen before in Rocket League, as I mentioned before, you put the scoreline aside, UEA up 2-0. The lead is still somewhat fickle. If UPM can turn on their heel and show us a serious performance in game 3, there is still a chance for them to come back in this one, right? We have potentially 5 games in front of us at this point in time. They just need to demonstrate that they're in it for the long run. And it's not been this sort of surge towards the playoffs just to falter off at that pivotal moment, which right now seemingly is the case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're hoping for a UPM revival, but at the same time, it seems as if it's a UEA resurgence. I don't want to say resurgence, just surgence has the way that they've been able to win 2-0. Now they've won 3-0. Is it going to be even better? Because they looked so much stronger on that second game.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, UEA at this point in time, at least within the sort of more interlocked regional circuits, I guess, at least in University Esports Masters, from what we've seen, they went through the initial playoff bracket or the qualifier bracket coming into playoffs undefeated. They haven't lost on LAN for the last few months either. Confidence is at an all-time high. It's going to take quite a lot to shut down where this team is at mentally right now. And I mean, you even see it reflected in the server as well. The players just having fun with their gameplay. Mechanically, you can see that there is a little bit of a difference right now, especially in that aerial play. As Snipe just plucks one out, and very nearly before Debibs can crawl it off of their own goal line, looks to be scoring. UEA getting off to a decent start here, but still, the scoreline means that UPM are in it with a chance. They just need to get that first goal.
Oh, just almost a chance there for UEA already, though. This defence from the halfway line begins, but UPM look to convert the pressure in towards. Oh no! I just thought for a second there was going to be a goal there. UPM can't quite convert the positions that they had, and now the ball's already back in their own half. UEA already all over them like a rash.
Yeah, like a rash that you want to try and get rid of, but what is the antidote, the respite here for UPM? Doesn't seem to be anything just yet. They're in many ways respecting the possession that UEA have of the ball at this point in time, just letting it drop, kill the momentum, and now looking to build that attack of themselves. One Piece getting involved, not quite winning out in the 50. Snipe able to draw that further forward. Eclatmakers in the 1v1, where we know him to be so great, unable to do so, and we get a reset in the play.
Yeah, although the ball does go in towards UAE's half, and UPM hunt it down like a pack of wolves. Eclatmakers able to get it out, support there, coming through from Snipe, but not unable to get that towards the goal. Now it goes back to the UAE half, and UPM now try to convert, but this conversion rate hasn't been too high. This is a real good chance, but again, UAE, they're just putting everything on the line to defend their goal.
Yeah, UPM in many ways looking a little bit lethargic here as UEA have got off to a much better start. I mean, the first 2 minutes of this game have been fairly even. I mean, we've seen chances for both sides. UEA perhaps having the slightly better of them in terms of attempts on goal themselves actually being realized, but it makes you wonder what the preparation looks like a little bit if either of these teams have gone through their warm-up routines, an early scrim perhaps to get them started. Perhaps, you know, a little difficult to get one booked at this time in the morning, especially for the UK boys. But hey, whatever work they have been putting in has certainly paid off thus far.
That certainly is, as we now see the ball still continuing to preside in towards the UAE half, not able to quite get out this time. This has been the first time you could say it's been a real form of UPM dominance for the time being. Now they're keeping hold of the ball, which is good, and trying to get it again in towards that attack.
It feels like the teams are in deadlock at this point in time. UEA looking to break the ice, but Eclatmakers unable to convert in that situation. I mean, yeah, you called it dominance, but I think right now we've really broken an equilibrium between the two teams. And the most worrying part for me here is that the longer it stays like this and UPM don't actually build an advantage and find the early goal, how much of a difference is that going to make if, say, UEA were to find one and that be enough for them to take home this game 3? That's all of the wind taken out of your sails, and feeling pretty gutted about it as Ant-Man nearly goes for that gut punch.
Yeah, it certainly seems like out of all the shots that's been taken, it certainly seems that UE have had the better of the chances, even though UPM have had more of the possession. It just seems UPM, again, as you said, need to get that goal. They need to find some way of finding, I guess, an objective, an actual advantage on the scoreline. Unfortunately, not able to get it in the goal, but again, there's still some good signs here of UPM's pulse.
Yeah, they want to show something for it, right? Not the limp arm of anything of the sort, right? Making sure that they are still alive and kicking in this game. It would really open up the series at large for them, right? They'll only be one behind at that point in time. UEA looking to go for that sinking blow right now. I feel as if they win this game, it would be enough to do so. But UPM haven't given up just yet coming into the final minute.
They certainly haven't, as they now make the charge towards the attack again off the backboard. And something that UEA have been good at, Hazza, is also defence, not just their attack, continuously defending here. The ball being sent in, and every single time it feels as if there's a Maldini in the goals, you know?
Yeah. As we said before, I think UPM could do with more of an Iniesta, a Pirlo, a midfield type to really build upon this defensive line that they've been able to hold so well for the past, 4 coming on 5 minutes as UEA right at the death look to kill off this Spanish team. But UPM will continue to hold on by their fingernails. We may just be heading into overtime with only 2 seconds left on the clock. Eclatmakers deals it. The foreshadowing was there. UEA looming over their opponents for the majority of this game, but that's a hands-on-head moment. So unfortunate for UPM, and now they've got to try and find a way to keep the ball in flight. And kill this one off before UEA get a chance.
No, it's not
It's
even
just not going to happen.
Yeah, a wind out the sails moment for UPM. That could be the final nail in the coffin, you feel, Hazza.
Yeah. That is such an unfortunate result for them, and I sort of put it the way that it was earlier as well. You had the first 2 games; those were much stronger performances from UEA.
Yeah.
That's all well and good; they have the early advantage, but the series is far from over at that point in time. And this game shows you exactly why. Only a margin of victory of a singular goal in that situation, but there are still some big narrative points that need to be focused on here for UPM. The fact that they haven't scored yet is obviously the most worrying, of course, when you look at how the last few games have actually panned out. But then to have the result dangling so far in front of their eyes just to be snatched away at the final moment is the biggest thing that I want to focus on there as well, because mentally, how are these players going to be feeling now where they could have been sat, you know, one singular game behind, fully in this series at the driving wheel, quite literally, to now be sat by the roadside watching the other 7 cars driving down towards a potential LAN finals. It's really, really damning stuff, and they're going to have to pull off a miracle now if this one is to turn to their favor.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was almost foreshadowed in the way that we were casting. We're saying UPM have great dominance. Even you said at one point the fact that, I mean, we need a goal. We need something that is substantial, and there was no substance there at all from the attack.
It's painful, right? It's painful. You're almost begging for the series to go that little bit further, and UEA, they've left no time to waste whatsoever. Eclat Mackers continuing on as he started off in that last game with an early goal, and as I said before, I don't want this to feel like any kind of a UK bias or us sort of hampering on UPM, but when the result is as clear-cut as it has been right now, you're just looking for any kind of sign of life to really take as a positive and move on into that next match.
Yeah. I mean, there's one thing that UPM have been good at is the demos, but the demos, again, haven't meant much. Creating a vacuum for the ball to move into, perhaps, but at the same time, that vacuum's filled every single time by a UEA player, and it's getting the ball put straight in towards the goal. We go 2-0 up.
That's why I always call Eclat Mackers that jack of all trades, a box-to-box driver, if that's what you want to call him, right? Ever present across the map. If you didn't know positionally how it was he was playing, usually one to be finishing off an attack, it's just always involved in the midst of everything, and it's that kind of playmaker, I think, which UPM could really be doing with at this point in time, as yet again he's going to lead that charge and nearly finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question that was always going to be on our minds is what's UPM's mental going to be like after that last game, losing the goal at the last second, you know, after such a dominant game, and possession-wise, UEA just do not want to relent.
Yeah, one of the players that I highlighted before, and I mentioned him earlier in the Series 1 piece, we saw him be that star player for UPM, talismanic in many ways in creating goals for them. But as we sit here with UEA at a 3-map and 3-goal advantage coming into game number 4, it really seems as if UPM are lacking any kind of star performer right now. And I mean, you don't want to rely on individuals specifically to be winning games for you, but when they've just looked so lackluster across the board, it's really difficult to try and focus on one person specifically that can be that standout performer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, performers can bail you out of bad individuals can bail you out of bad spots, and I mean, right now, this is where you need the individuals to come through. You need people to stand up strong and show their chest or show their bonnet. I don't know what it would be in terms of a car, but yeah,
lift the hood, something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
I think the bigger comment to be made about UPM as a whole here, though, is just consistency, right?
Yeah.
And this holds true for UEA as well. They've always been a good university at producing Rocket League teams, have had, you know, decent to high finishes in international EMEA collegiate competitions before, even before the roster of the 3 players you're seeing here on the UEA Blue Jays side currently. But it's maintaining that continuity, sticking together, looking to the future, future and trying to build on the success that you've already had. Because while we can hark down on the shortcomings of UPM so far in this series, something that we do have to compliment them for is the distance in the competition they've been able to make, right? This is a top 8 university team in EMEA. They have all of the makings of, you know, a successful one at that as well. I know in university, you know, it is a transitional period in many people's sort of time of life, as I'm building this inspirational speech right now, but just sort of sticking together and building what they've already got, I think could be huge. And like, look, I'm really gunning for the longevity of this team. Unfortunately, today, it just doesn't quite seem like the result is theirs. But there we have it. Finally, something to cheer about. One Piece will be putting them on the board.
Well, let's hope that this can be the foundation to build upon for UPM at this moment, Hazard. As we have the first goal of the series for UPM. Yes, that's across all 4 matches that have been played so far. We go straight into it once again. And can UPM now finally start finding that goal?
Well, I mean, what a turnaround it would be. 2 minutes, 2 goals for them to find to tie this one up. And I have to say, if they find anything more in this match specifically, you would be kicking yourself. Because as I said before, it really felt like they were just waiting for that watershed moment to turn the tide and actually score a first goal. Now that they've done it, I mean, who knows what we could be seeing in the closing moments. Is this another shot on target? Ant-Man deals with it just about, but hey, I mean, we're seeing some kind of a revitalization. Unfortunately, it just feels like it's come way too late.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that pulse that's been reignited, the fire that burns, may be burning to a cinder very quickly. Juillet again go on the attack. Can they finish it off? It doesn't seem to be. UPM defending quite vigorously. Oh, it's went right off the goal line. UPM again now need to get this ball out and get on the attack.
Yeah, from the upright, a minute left. How is your bottle, UPM? We're looking for a gold standard here in Amazon University Esports Masters. Some kind of an Omen power-up play required if there is any chance of them making it to the LAN finals and trying to best an opponent on that hardware. And right now it seems like whatever it is they brought from home could be due an upgrade, because UEA are firing at their very best. Another ball tossed over the heads of those players, but not quite finding a player in orange to actually see it home. Anything more here for them would be brilliant. Something to take away, some kind of a souvenir, but right now into the last 20 seconds, it remains to be UEA with a strong advantage.
Advantage with 15 seconds left feels like enough. As we see UPM start their attack once again, but UPM or UEA are the ones to actually convert it into towards a goal. I think that should be enough, Hazard. 7 seconds to go. Crazier things have happened in Rocket League, but I think that is the nail in the coffin that UEA were looking for.
Yeah. I mean, look, even despite the limited experience of Rocket League that perhaps is shared, 7 seconds and 3 goals, that is something to be crawling for here, I think, UPM.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen, realistically. Snipe getting the long-range goal, which is the cherry on top in a 4-game lead, a 5-star performance from UEA, perhaps as we expected coming into the quarterfinals. They progress now into the semis. They'll be 1 game away, I believe it is, from booking a place in towards those LAN finals, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, the perfect start that they could possibly have asked for. And looking at the bracket, we'll have to see who it is exactly they're up against. Snipe able to get a long-range goal, as he's usually fabled for. I mean, it is in the name. Quite a few up close and personal, some nice redirects. Again, UEA across that series demonstrating their mechanical ability in some of those situations to just come up with the goods when maybe it didn't look like they were able to do so. That was the best way to describe maybe what the opening finish that we saw was categorized as. But yeah, it was a game which looked like a foregone conclusion by the time we reached that second, and specifically what could have been the turning point, that game number 3, when UPM unfortunately weren't quite able to get it done.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we do have an interview, Hazza, that will be coming up. But something that has to be said, UAE's universal game, their defence and their offence, and also, and more importantly, that transition from attack to defence or defence to attack was just simply flawless. That's the way it has to be said. They only lost one goal. And I mean, that's something that just can't be understated.
Yeah, it's all well and good having that defensive foundation I spoke about earlier, and we've seen some other teams in the competition having that foothold from which to work, and it suited them well. But coming into a game like this, I don't think your game plan against UEA can ever be to just sit back and defend and invite that kind of pressure, because once they start firing on all cylinders and you start to see that passing play which emerged a few times, the aerials as well, I think UEA very much dictated the pace of the game above the meter mark in terms of like verticality there as well. UPM, when the ball was on the ground, tried to sort of have their imprint on the style of play, but in terms of everything else, few and far in between. UEA did such a brilliant job pretty much just seeing this one home. As I said before, UPM, a singular goal, not really too much to take away from it. If that game number 4 was game number 1 and they'd flip the other way, UEA have such a strong lead, but UPM were on the board, right? And I think the fact that they weren't able to do that sooner is a real difficulty for them here. For UEA moving into their next match, having that confidence and already having won a game this morning is going to be very, very good for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's that momentum that drives you forwards. I mean, UPM unfortunately have to wait till next year to get towards those LAN finals. It's been a good showing from them so far, Hazza, so I guess it's commiserations to them.
Yeah, it certainly is. I believe that the person we'll be having on for interview is in fact Snipe, so the newest addition to this UEA Blue Jays roster, and we can obviously speak to him a little bit about what it's been like to join up with the rest of the team. But even if UEA were to fall short in their next series here as well, the same way that I said that, you know, UPM to get to a top 8 finish is already something that they should be celebrating, is sort of really nice to see. Do you know what I mean? For this new team coming through, I mean, yeah, they have that existing foundation which they've built upon, but yeah, the progression from roster to roster is something you always have to give so much credit for any team in the university circuit. As I mentioned, sort of a little bit on the cast there as well, you have this limited tenure at any university, right? You're not going to be studying there for the whole of your life. So it's within those windows that you try and create these sort of glimpses, these celebrations of key exciting moments, right? So it's nice to see that you have already been enjoying a little bit of that success.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully the success, oh my goodness gracious, will continue, Hazza, as they move in towards their next game. I believe Snipe is just about ready to join us, and Snipe is here. Hello, Snipe. How's it going?
Hi there. It's going good.
All right, Snipe, it's good to have you on the line. How are you feeling about that result? Was it as sort of clear-cut as you were expecting, perhaps? Or did you just feel you showed up the much better team on the day?
I feel like on paper we're the better team, and we kind of knew that before going into the game. But we obviously thought it'd be a bit more of a challenge than it was, obviously. But fair enough to them, fair play. They put up a fight, but I think we were just the better team in the end.
Is there anybody in the bracket that you are not looking forward to playing that's potentially you could come up against?
If we make it to the LAN, Dr. Berman are the ones to look out for. They're probably the best team in the tournament. Hamburg as well, but either one of those two teams will be knocked out in the first round, so we'll see who that is.
Yeah, I guess the results of the other teams is definitely something you'll be keeping an eye on, and if they are able to get dropped out, there's not necessarily a preference between either of those two, I suppose, that you'd like to face.
Yeah, probably out of those two, Hamburg, but it's pretty close, to be honest. They're both insane teams.
Snipe as well. I am correct in thinking that you have. So this is your first year at UEA, so you've sort of just joined up with this roster.
Yeah.
How has that process been like, trying to gel in with sort of the existing core now, coming up into a new team, and the amount of success that you guys have had over the last few months? As I mentioned before, of course, you're going to want to make it all the way to the LAN finals, but having hit this kind of height already and just taking a step back and looking at the progress that has been made in the last few months, how have things been for you? What's that process been like?
It's been fun. Obviously, my two teammates are really experienced. Ant has been playing since the start of the game. Eklat, as well has been playing for a while, and they're both like really solid players. So it's been quite a fun experience playing with them, and we've got some good results like winning Newell, NSE, things like that, doing decent in UR Winter. So yeah, it's been a good experience overall.
Well, that's great to hear, of course, Cara.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, with the way that things are going for you guys, is something like, did you come into UE Masters thinking like you guys were going to be the ones to kind of dominate it all? Obviously, you talked about the other two teams that you think are pretty good, but did you always feel as if you guys were a top contender for this tournament?
Well, we didn't really know who was in the tournament until quite late on. So before that, we were assuming we were going to be like maybe a top two team, like easily. But
yeah,
after seeing the other side of the bracket, maybe I don't know. There are some good teams up there, but I still think we can make the finals if we perform in the next game against Amsterdam or Roehampton, whoever wins those out of those.
Yeah. I was just about to say, there are quite the number of UK teams in this tournament. Both of the opponents that you faced in the Newell finals, for example, of course, there was that bracket reset. You played against Roehampton and Warwick too. Out of those two teams, I mean, you've bested them both in LAN finals, not just at Newell, but NSE, like you mentioned as well. Are you excited to keep building on that rivalry?
Yeah, I think our rivalry between Roehampton has been like really challenging, really fun throughout this whole season. We've been going to Game 5s and Game 7s almost every series, so it's been good. But with Warwick, we normally beat them. So if we face them somehow in this tournament, we should be favoured against those guys.
Haz, I'll leave it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have any more questions really to be asking other than, of course, congratulations on the result. Is there anything that you would like to sort of shout out, I suppose, before we wrap up the interview? It's always a weird one mid-tournament, but how confident are you feeling going into the next game?
We're all feeling confident. We're like no nerves really going into the next game. Just see how it goes, do our best, and we'll win. Just try and win, I guess. Guess so.
All right. Good confident words coming out of you, Snipe. Once again, thanks for the interview. Congratulations on the win, and long may that continue.
Cheers, guys.
No worries.
See ya.
All right, so there we have it. Hearing from Snipe, obviously the team feeling very confident. As he mentioned, he's only just joined up in this roster as well, right? He's not been there for too long, but to see the success that they've been able to enjoy thus far makes you excited for what the future of this team and what this roster has in store for us as well. Some of the other teams sort of name dropped in there as well. Hamburg, for example, Amsterdam, Kabul, maybe teams that we'll be seeing later down the line as we move into the semi-finals and can qualify one of those teams towards the LAN. So very, very exciting stuff coming up. But for now, we're going to be throwing it to a short break. When we return, we will have those semi-finals lined up for you, and we will see who it is exactly that might be going to LAN. See you then.
Stare out your window, hoping that you'll come up with some words to say. That's not okay. When you feel like you're fed up with heartbreak, and you know that you can't take another day. Well, that's not okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can never go back this road. You never go back that way. I my body, move with my body. All night long, we got it going and the dance goes on. We got it going and I am here and I move with my body, move with my body. We can never go back this road, you never go back that way. I see you standing in the corner like it's okay. Don't you know that you move with your body? Don't you know that you move with your body? We wanna go on, we wanna go night and day. I see you standing in the corner like it's okay. Don't you know that you move with your body? Don't you know that you move with your body? With your body. With your body.
Take a look around here, surrounded on a ship of fools. Sail away, cross the water, set the pace, and discover every ocean, every sea. Forever and a day for you and me. Look around here, wasted on a ship of fools. Take my hand, just remember you don't have to surrender to the ocean and the sea. There's forever and a day for you and me. Here's to the future, I'm feeling stronger. We do belong here, look to the sky. Here's to the sooner, sooner or later, the ocean and the sea. Forever and a day for you and me. Sail away, cross the water, set the pace, and discover every ocean, every sea. Forever and a day for you and me. Here's to the future, I'm feeling stronger. We do belong here, look to the sky. Here's to the future, I'm feeling stronger. We do belong here, look to the sky. Here's to the sooner, sooner or later.
tried, written down the words to say it is time. I've been waiting 5 days to explain how you make me feel inside. Baby, got it all figured out, wanna do this right. There's no doubt in my mind, baby, you're the one. And tonight, I am going all the way. The way you touch my hand, it all goes away. The things I planned, the things I would say, now I keep rambling on. I sound so cliche. What I am trying to do is say I love you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And all the things that you do. Ooh, ooh. Sounds like a fool, 'cause when you touch my hair, the words goes away. What I am trying to do is say I love you. You don't know how I shiver inside. Doesn't show, but my nerves are inside out. It's because you're not worth less than perfection. Ooh, thought it was in my pants. Now I'm all confused, turning gold into sand. Don't know what you do to me. All I know is you can take my breath away. Yeah, it's when you touch my hand, it all goes away. The things I planned, the things I would say, now I keep rambling on. I sound so cliche. What I am trying to do is say I love you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And all the things that you do. Ooh, ooh. Sounds like a fool, 'cause when you touch my hand, the words goes away. What I am trying to do is let you know that when you touch my hand, it all just goes away. The things I plan to say. Oh baby, what I am trying to do is let you know that when you touch my hand, it all goes away. The things I plan, the things I would say, now I keep rambling on. I sound so cliche. What I am trying to do is say I love you. And all the things that you do. I'm so in love with you. Ooh, ooh. It sounds so stupid now. What I am trying to do, what I am trying to do, what I am trying to do is say I love you.
On the run from my given disaster, speed away from the holy mind, pride. I swear I never thought it would matter if I'm gone by now. All my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till it bends, still it feels like I pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road tonight. Lost my head over my back between the jars and bottle jack. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving and driving. In the heat from my hot California, I forgot how you look like in rain. I swear I never thought it would matter if I'm gone by now. All my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till it bends, still it feels like I pretend. Keep on driving and driving along face to face in this trashy bar. Another glass and I am going places. Makes me laugh about the irony of everything. I like the way you're thinking. I don't really care about the music on the dance floor. I don't really mind all the smokers in the bathroom. I don't care at all, baby. You got my attention. So you were saying, oh no, I don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me. Times another drink and I'll go anywhere. The way you smile, like a flash in the universe. You are illuminating. I don't really care about the people in the bar line. I don't really mind all the who goes doing stage dives. I don't care at all, baby. You got my attention. So you were saying, I don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me. Even if I told you I could never let you go, I'm not so sure you believe me. But if I mean to show you, I will never let you go. No, 'cause you don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me.
You are my pill, I swallow it. Take me away to Neverland, where colors fade my disbelief and make me forget my memories. Rent a car you can't afford, put on a song that we both know. Let your hair out in the wind, put the pedal to the floor. Flame your light, take a smoke. Put your broken rip-off wafers on. Doesn't matter if the sun goes down, we'll still be up, still be up. Don't care about the place we found. We'll still be up, still be up. We're in this together, we both fall down. Doesn't matter if the sun goes up, 'cause we will still be high when the lights out. Let your hair out in the wind. Put the pedal to the floor. Flame your lighter, take a smoke. Put your broken rip off. Wafers on. Doesn't matter if the sun goes down. We'll still be up, still be up. Don't care about the place we found. We'll still be up, still be up. We're in this together. We both fall down. Doesn't matter if the sun goes up. Cause we will still be high when the lights out. The lights off.
Have this feeling, haven't felt for so long. Took a hold of me and won't let go. I've been sleeping, caught me off my guard. Cause you're in my space and now I'm so pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me to open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Shot away. Won't let you touch me, won't let you go to my head. Cause I know I'm dealing with the devil. But I'm standing with my heart in your hand. And I'm too deep into win this gamble. Pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything.
I've been holding on, I wouldn't let you go. Cause every time I try, you find a loophole. I've been slamming the door and just leave you cold. When I come back, you've heated up the South Pole. You see my body rush for the escape, while my heart wants to stay. I run away, hit the road in an endless lane, but I keep turning back just like a boomerang. You're like a backseat ghost, telling me to
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the playoffs for Amazon University Esports Masters. It is Rocket League, of course, and I am thoroughly looking forward to getting into the first of our semi-finals. We'll have them playing adjacent to one another. This game, of course, going to be Sharpness versus, I believe it is Hanover that we're playing here in this game. This is an opportunity for the team to qualify to the LAN Grand Final. So, yeah, you see it there. Sharpness versus Dr. Buchmann. We have Amsterdam Kabul Esports up against UEA there in the other semi-final. That is sure to be an exciting game. We will have the losers of both of these matches taking place in the third place match. That is an opportunity to get your hands on a little bit more of the prize pool, of course. Despite snagging bronze, that's going to be 600 euros that you're able to pick up. And well, most of all these teams are going to want to find their way to that LAN Grand Final. So not only is it going to, at the very least, guarantee that they get more of the prize pool, but an opportunity to play on LAN in this international event and hopefully take home gold.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what everybody's wanting here, that environment where you're playing against people from another country. At LAN finals, I mean, you're sitting there with your teammates, you're able to perhaps have a better performance because you can see each other, you can fist bump, you know what it's like. So that experience is just, it's priceless somewhat.
Yeah, it definitely is, of course, a chance to play on the stage with the Omen PCs, who have quite kindly been able to sponsor the entirety of this event, not just for Rocket League, but you also have, Valorant, TFT, League as well, all tournaments which will be taking place in the coming weeks and months. Yeah, UEA that we've just seen play are going to want to continue on their streak over the last 6 months or so, having not lost on LAN. Looking at the bracket as well, we already speak about some of the other results. Sharpness with a 4-0 of their own against Warwick Williams Resolve, a team which, we've seen top the leaderboards before, but just seem to fall short in those killer moments. And it would be such a turnaround here, such a brilliant story to have that MENA representation from the Saudi Arabian representatives of Sharpness, beating a team like Dr. Buchmann here, making it to the LAN finals with them being touted as such a strong team. The German region as well, always being able to produce these ridiculous rosters like we mentioned. We even had Snipe on the interview crediting them, saying that it's an opponent that he wouldn't want to face up against if it did come down to that LAN. But here we have it. The proof is in the pudding. Can they do it in this most important game of their season so far? It's going to be Sharpness versus Dr. Buchmann.
Already getting things off on the board, and it seems as if Sharpness are already sharp on this one, getting on towards the attack straight away and just unfortunately missing out on that goal. Sweaty passes, maybe some old FIFA content consumers would remember, but yeah, straight away Sharpness looking on the ball.
Yeah, that they definitely are. Dr. Buchmann are the Hanover representatives. I got worried for a moment. I mean, you have Hanover and Hamburg out of Germany, and I think it was fairly unfortunate that only one of them was actually able to progress, and they got that immediate face-off here. We were waiting for the result to come through. It went to the 7th game in the best of 7, and Sharpness, they won their game 4-0, already getting on the board with an early goal.
Yeah, fantastic. And they looked as if they were going to score, Hazard, with the way that they were keeping up that pressure continuously. We start again 1-0 towards Sharpness. Let's see what the response is by Buchmann.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the bracket there as well, Amsterdam Kabul also coming out 4-3 victors against Roehampton. Another one of those names which the Blue Jays mentioned, a long storied history between those two. It was a similar final game result that we saw in the finals for NSE there regionally. Blue Jays, of course, winning against Hornets UPM in a 4-0 fashion of their own. Sharpness trying to channel some of that previous result here. Dr. Buchmann coming out of that more elongated affair, could be feeling a little bit of the tiredness begin to set in, but hopefully that isn't the case. As I mentioned before, it's a fairly long day of games, but you can do yourself some favors by winning this one, of course.
Oh yeah, 100%. You win this one and then your day comes to an end as you take a little bit of a break, and then your losers, they go on towards that third place match. Seems like Buchmann really on the charge right now, but not before a big long punt up the park, chasing the ball. Here we go. Can Sharpness convert from here?
Oh, they've lost the ball for just a moment. JSM can't quite get a hold of it. Fabso a reset on the boost, just preparing to send things forward. A little flip off the underside there from Glows, trying to keep this one alive. A stab down from JSM. but the incision not yet made. Anas trying to keep it alive, a little bit of transitional play in the midfield, but Sharpness seemed to come away with it okay.
Yeah, almost reaching that halfway point of the match now. The ball somewhat scrappy between the two teams for the time being and fighting over what is the possession, though Sharpness can't quite seem to get out of their half for the time being.
It certainly seems to be the case. PZY with a dangerous ball forward, but ultimately it does not connect with anything. Just another attempt on goal, something to buff out the stats, but will not make too much of a difference in how this game is currently going. The majority of it played. Sharpness still in front, but Zedo able to redirect brilliantly from the clearance of Farso. And just like that, we are leveled up.
One apiece, nice from Buchmann, and when you have quality like that on your roster, I mean, at any moment in time you can pop up and convert.
Yeah, Sharpness, the lead that they held was fickle there as well, and against the only German representatives left standing in the tournament, Hanover will punish. Rising like a salmon, Zedo was able to send it goalwards with nobody in position to deal with it. That was a problem. Anas here, low on boost, just struggling to keep the ball looping forwards. It's going to drop back in, but there's no one there to deal with that issue. JSM will carry it on forwards, and Sharpness turn from defense to attack.
Yeah, Buchmann finds the ball once again up high. More of these balls going continuously up towards this blue goal now as Buchmann really start to find their rhythm, find their groove, and find their way almost on towards the goal. The ball just goes just idle in front of the goal, but now we head on towards a Sharpness attack.
Able to just touch face with it there and keep it from looping in. The ball now going high again. This is where Buchmann look most dangerous. Here is Fabso trying to be that player to set up a play yet again, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. There's no one in the middle to meet it.
No, unfortunate. Not able to get that shot quite on target. Again, we go up high, but again, it doesn't get where it needs to go. Sharpness just missing out on these opportunities, and Buchmann defending really well.
I mean, I have to say, in my time, I've casted a fair amount of MENA Rocket League, mostly Arab Emirates, but what we've seen from these Saudi representatives so far in the tournament has really been impressive. Taking that first game against a strong Warwick team 4-0, and now retaining that advantage that they had for a moment. Was really nice, but Hanover have turned things up a notch when they needed to and look to be piling on that pressure additionally coming into the last 30 seconds.
The ball goes up, right, okay, now we're starting to head on forwards. Again, this German representative has, it has to be said, are really starting to get things on a roll. You're now starting to see them grow in towards the game, and will Sharpness grow out of it. 15 seconds remaining, and well, you still have that advantage.
As I said before, this is not a team that you can afford any kind of opportunity, but the same is said for Sharpness. They carry on this fantastic tournament run which we've seen so far, the Cinderella run perhaps, with an equalising goal. Only 6 seconds left on the clock, overtime, a looming possibility here between the two teams. And while we don't weigh or lend too much significance on a game one, this would be the perfect start for them.
Yeah, perfect start for any team. It is confirmed we are going all the way to overtime between these two teams. We get on once again. Sharpness take control, but look at this, already in towards the blue half.
Yeah, and only one goal in it. That's all that it will take. And already, I mean, both of these teams having played a different sort of match, a 4-0 and 4-3 respectively in the best of sevens we saw in the quarterfinals. This one could be quite the drawn-out affair. A place in the LAN Grand Finals on the line. Who rises to the task the swiftest? Sharpness had a goal advantage. Hanover took it for their own. Right now, it is the Germans on the back foot as Sharpness try to deal with this issue. But there is an opportunity that it could go the other way as the ball looks to drop on the face of the goal.
Ball up again high, and as you said, the German representative so good at being in these aerial duels, getting the ball put to where it needs to be, and there we go. Game one goes towards Buchmann.
What A turn of events for Hanover. I mean, they were behind at the start. They leveled up the game, took the advantage for their own, and now they walk away with a reverse result. 3-2 winners in a dramatic first game that we end up seeing. They're putting them 1-0 up in the series. As I said before, early advantages only count for so much, and we'll have to see how this one develops, keeping a finger on the pulse as to how things end up moving. But immediately, something I have to say is that I was impressed with how Sharpness immediately began to deliver on some of that promise in this game. There are a couple moments where it felt like they were asleep at the wheel, and that invited Hanover to come back through. They need to make sure that they're staying on the A game here and not allowing for those opportunities to present themselves, because you really can't leave anything down to chance against a team as efficient and clinical as them.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing though, Hazza, with the way that this game is currently going. Buchanan are really starting to thrive within this environment. They're really starting to grow into games. Yes, they kind of had that slip of concentration, but you can already see just by one overtime that there's not much separating these teams in terms of quality.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've mentioned it's an overtime outright would state that, you know, it's incredibly cut close, right? There's a fine line drawn between these two teams at this point in time, and we'll have to see on which side of the sand they currently sit. It seems as if Sharpness are vying for an immediate response. Yet again, barely any time played, and they are on the score sheet. A complete polar opposite to what we saw in that first series.
Yeah. I mean, Sharpness already. I mean, we're seeing it, the early game, they really thrive in that, these restarts, etc. I mean, they've scored, what, 2 from it? Oh, unfortunate from Buchanan, not able to get another on the board and equal the score.
Nearly a double touch off their opponent's bumper there to lend a helping hand. Close dealing with this issue defensively, and Sharpness seem to have remedied the concerns which began to appear after netting themselves an early advantage, trying to maybe double up on it. What a shot from Glows! Somehow able to redirect their own ball upfield, and just like that, Sharpness 2 to the good, a cushion forming beneath their heads.
Yeah. Now they start to gain that advantage, that little bit of arm space between their opponents now held at an arm's length. The only thing is, though, is they have to defend this lead now or even extend it further.
Yeah, 2 goals up inside the first minute of regulation. Overtime in the first game, but Hanover are going to have to do quite the turnaround if that is to be the case here. They have plenty of time in which to do it, but we've not seen a margin like this pop up between the two teams thus far. I said before, in comparison to that first series, both of them free scoring, and this is some great Rocket League to watch.
Yeah, as ball again up towards the halfway line, Buchanan defending from there and keeping control of the ball. A chance, but it might have just been by a small margin. And now Sharpness really starting to take control of this defense.
Yeah, we've seen both teams play quite counter-attacking Rocket League so far. Yeah. Just when the gaps present themselves, as you're even seeing here, PZY chasing the ball upfield but ultimately running out of boost. There are small cracks forming, chips in the armor that can be exploited. And already Sharpness attempting to live up to their name and make those dents. 2 goals to the good at this point in time, and unlucky not to find a way to squeeze out a third there, perhaps.
Yeah, Anas already getting the ball forward, and the teammates are there in support. Unfortunately, not able to get the pass off in towards the corner. Now Buchanan go on towards the attack. The ball goes up, the defence is there, and unfortunately, it's not good enough. Buchanan get one back, and we go 2-1.
Oh, the Saudi Esports Academy, as they are known at a university level, conceding a goal here to Dr. Buchanan yet again. Hanover putting another goal on the board, tightening this game up as we go into the final half or so. I mean, like I said, that you get 2 goals early on, but that timer isn't going to be ticking on down in between, and it gives a moment and plenty of time, in fact, for Hanover to just stabilize and grow their way back into this match. Sharpness wanting to bag themselves an additional goal, but not overcommit resources, being good on these rotations, as I said before, as we're seeing, you know, such counter-attacking Rocket League played, really trying to overwhelm the defense, and that's exactly what they'll do. Glows puts Hanover to the sword with a third.
Yeah, blow for blow, these two teams. If Buchman can score, so can Sharpness, and I'm showing that 3 times so far. We reached the halfway point, and with that 2-goal cushion being re-established, Buchman really need to start to get a move on here, and oh, that's a perfect way to do it. Unfortunately for them, though, there was a goalkeeper lying in wait.
Yeah, not quite able to get the goal from the kickoff, which is fairly troublesome for Hanover from this position, because now Sharpness are in a really nice spot actually. 2 minutes left, 2-goal cushion has been re-established. They have a buffer that they can sit behind. I don't think that should be the game plan though, right? You stick to what your strengths have currently been. Keep pressing the advantage, because as long as you're on the front foot, Hanover have to, you know, call men backwards to retreat and find a way to actually deal with these problems.
Seems as if Sharpness still do not want to relent in their attack, continuously putting Buchman on towards the back foot. Nice shot there, but this is where the transition now comes in. Can Buchman get the ball forward? It seems likely a nice stop, but as the ball still ends up scrapping, these two teams look to try and get the ball in towards their possession. Just for a second you think it's going to be Sharpness to do so, and it is. The goal open, but a nice stop from the goalkeeper.
I think Glows has been doing a brilliant job at collecting these high balls, stopping Hanover from being able to progress as there's a chance which lays in wait, but unfortunately time and time again it gets blocked away, and that might just be enough to give Hanover a chance in this game too. 1 minute left on the clock. They'll want that resurgence to begin sooner rather than later. PZY trying to inspire it. Zedo in the midst, a shot towards goal, and it's one which will find the back of the net. And just like that, they have that chance.
Yep, Sharpness now under the cosh to keep hold of this lead, or we could be seeing another overtime between these two teams, and with 50 seconds remaining you could fancy another goal. Who scores it? I absolutely have no clue.
Yeah, I think that might just be the difference maker. Already, Hanover getting the best of this kickoff yet again with an early ball forwards. It's teasing towards PZY, who dunks it down. 3 apiece, and in the space of 15 seconds played, we've seen Hanover completely reduce the deficit, and now they're in with a real opportunity to run away before OT even rears its head for the second time in as many matches.
Yep, Sharpness now looking about, thinking, how did we get in this spot? 10 seconds ago, Hazza, they were up 3-1. Now we go 3-3. Sharpness go on the attack once more. A nice defence there from Buchman, which even puts them in towards the goal. Can they convert? No! There's a second follow-up, and it's a goal! Just 30 seconds ago, Sharpness were up 3-1, and now they've conceded 3 in a matter of 30 seconds.
And this is what I speak about on the desk. You cannot give Hanover these kinds of opportunities. You leave the door ever so slightly ajar, and they will wedge themselves firmly within that gap. One which has now closed and completely eclipsed the performance that Saudi Esports were able to show. But hey, they're not done just yet. Back from the dead when you thought that they had fallen asleep, there is just that sly glimpse. The eye opens and winks in the face of defeat. We could be going to overtime yet again.
Looks like we could. Again, we start between these two as 20 seconds ticks down. Who's going to be the first to strike in this regulation, or if anybody's going to be able to strike? There was a chance there, but now the ball gets sent forward by the blue team, looking to get this ball in towards a position in which they can score. It's about not letting that ball drop, although it looks like it will be. Looks like we are going to be heading in towards overtime, and it will. Sharpness now go for that restart again.
The heat is increasing, this game bubbling over yet again. A quick start from Hanover and an opportunity to pounce on perhaps for them. It is left open. Sharpness still in this game. They really want to tie up the series here. It would be such a shame for them to go 2 down with the advantages they held in the matches that we've already seen. The chances they had for this result to look completely different to how it currently bears an advantage for Hanover.
Again, now back on towards Sharpness and towards the attack. The ball goes up, but yeah, again, we see Buchman come in with these aerial duels to put themselves in a decent spot. Sharpness trying to keep the attack going, trying to keep the attack alive, and they do so ever so just for the time being. Again, though, this defending stalwart and stopping any chances at goal.
It's a loose one though, not dealt with entirely, sent to the corner, boost available for Zeno, trying to win out in the air duel, the dribble, as we had seen him do previous defensively. A minute on the clock already played in this overtime, the team's still inseparable, both of them vying to either double up or tie the score if you're Sharpness.
Remember, whoever wins this one out is going to go straight towards the LAN Grand Final, so there's still a lot on the line. And speaking of on the line, this game's on the line. A little bit of individual brilliance from an ass. And Buchman, after such a resurgence, have left himself open at the back.
Yeah, just flips it over the sunroof, sent sky high from the heads of the Hanover players who look to have seen the light at the end of the tunnel, managed to bail themselves out of a sticky situation. A 3-1 lead evaporated in the space of 30 seconds. And for a moment there, I was worried for Sharpness. They've shown us a really great early start, 2 games in a row, to then fall to the deficit for both of those 2 games and be a couple down in this best of 7, with that opportunity for the LAN finals waiting in sort of touching distance for both of these teams at this point in time. When you look at the gauntlet of matches they've already played, would be really, really damning. But they're able to see it through, skin of their teeth kind of stuff, and we go into a match number 3 tied up.
Yeah, already we start things, has it. Sharpness again with this quick start. They are so good at getting themselves off the front foot, getting themselves in the best position to start up the match.
Yeah. Hanover have been fantastic with their adaptations though, playing the long game as we said, and also pretty decent from these kickoffs actually in the late game. As I said before, just making these changes to the game plan, making sure that they can read the opponent's play style. Has that improved? Have dictations been made cover to cover since what we saw last time around? Already coming up to that first minute played or so, and it doesn't seem like any of these teams have been able to best themselves just yet.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of a stalemate for the time being. I think this is the longest time we've been without a goal in a game.
At least in the opening phase, right? I think that is usually when both of these teams like to let slip. The defense a little leakier.
Yeah, 100%.
The sheet not quite clean.
Yeah. Oh, Sharpness again. Having an attack on the goal. Buchman now in the attack themselves, but at the same time, this midway point, this halfway mark on towards the field, it was where it's going to be most of the contest, but Sharpness come out the better. Get one up, and again, for the 3rd game in a row, they are the first one to strike blood.
From close, a brilliant flip round to just send the ball down, guides it into the corner, takes it underneath his wing, and just like that, Saudi Esports Academy and the team known as Sharpness have a lead. How long does it last? I mean, less than it did in the previous game, I think you could say. Hanover with an immediate response.
Well, with one apiece again, it's more like game 1. Both these teams again, if anything's to go off it, Buchman will be the ones to score out. We've had 2 overtimes so far. Are we going to get a 3rd?
I mean, I think we're due 7 overtimes with the way that this one's panning out, Cairo. Very much expecting it to go the distance. And as I said before, it's great to see Sharpness going toe-to-toe with a university, a team, a roster fabled for international experience and accolades, and really giving them a run for their money, and could certainly turn out the better team and the one that ends up going to that LAN.
But something, when you're in these situations though, Hazard, this is where the experience comes in towards the advantage, you know, when you're in these slugfests, when you're in matches where it doesn't quite seem like you can keep up with your opponents, with their pace. As the games go on longer, the series goes on longer, that, I guess, endurance is where it comes in.
Yeah, I think something in esports generally that we got to speak about is mental resilience more than anything else. While you may not feel the same kind of fatigue you would doing physical sports, there is plenty to be played in the mental department. And we already saw semblances of that in our first series. As I said before as well, both of these teams on different trajectories coming out of the quarterfinals. Standard procedure for Sharpness, whereas against their regional rivals, Buchmann taking a little bit longer to draw that result, but both of them going tit for tat here thus far.
Oh, you say tit for tat, but Buchmann come in with a sly one. Just stole it out from the backboard. A nice set up there from Zai. Or set himself up and redirected in towards goal. Buchmann taking that advantage.
Yeah, the lead is now theirs coming into the final 2 minutes, and it is from these positions where Sharpness have struggled a little bit more to find those equalizers. I mean, we've seen it in the past, but typically it has been their lead, which is then rescinded by Hanover, and that certainly is proving to be the case right now. Just going underneath the underside of the car there and not quite finding it off of the upright.
No. Again, the ball goes up, heading towards the blue side of the field. A nice demolition to at least alleviate some of the pressure, but that pressure is now on towards Fabso! Lovely save coming through there. And now, what's that Sharpness going to do to get the ball up the field? A big punt. There's the save going to be there, but it's all about that recollection.
I mean, what an effort. The flip reset into the scoop, and quite nearly able to get it done, but not quite able to from that position. Sharpness now presented an opportunity with a minute left to pile on this pressure, and they'll continue to do so through Anas. Hanover not able to remove the ball from the field, or from their side of the field, to cut the root of the issue out. Finally, a challenge is there. Anas low on boost, trying to tease it over the heads. It'll drop down towards the pathing of JWS, but Glows instead is the one to keep on driving forward.
Forward is where the ball's going to go. Sharpness come in at the perfect time, Hazard. 2-2. We are all equal with 40 seconds to go, and if that means anything, I mean, for me, it means overtime.
It certainly feels that way, and we've expressed that that quite a few times now, but I'm not sure. There's something that feels slightly different about this game. With the amount of time left on the clock, you somewhat expect Hanover to have one last snatch at goal. Whether that results in a conversion or not is yet to be seen, but you know that they have got that dog in them.
Well, they'll need to be barking and biting on every opportunity that comes their way. Again, Sharpness continuously keeping control of this ball, keeping control of the field with 10 seconds to go. Who's going to be the one to strike blood? It's not going to be any of these teams so far. It's just a little bit chaotic for the time being, and it is confirmation there, Hazza. It probably will be overtime, and it is.
Yeah, not quite able to stoke the embers there and keep things alive in regulation. A very quick start from Hanover, as we've seen and cited from them previous. Sharpness can deal with it, open patches, and a clear run out of grass in front of the cars, but unfortunately there's no player swift enough to deal with it. JSM again maintaining things, keeping the ball rolling over, and a dangerous clearance across the face of goal won't result in anything just yet.
Yeah, up we go again, on towards the orange side. Sharpness on the attack. The ball just floating ever so vigorously towards the goal, not quite able to get anybody to capitalise upon it, and therefore it's sent towards the blue side.
Sharpness are getting touches on this, but the velocity, the momentum maintained, everything pushing in Hanover's direction right now, and Sharpness needing to get it out if they can. Only 30 boosts left for Glows to try and work with, a third of the full meter, and it will be sufficient.
Yeah, sufficient for the time being, but still, Buchmann stay on the attack, stay on towards this goal. The ball still just going left, right, and centre. Not quite Sharpness able to get that respite on towards the attack, but it breaks, and now we head towards the orange side.
Big 50 from Anas, dropped down by Glows. JSM, sorry, I should say JMS, trying to get it done. Lost for words, scrambling on the casting desk and in the server. JSM, in fact, trying to be the one to be the difference maker there. PZY with the boost, just can't go quite around the outside. Still at 2 apiece, but not for long. Jeno
With the defence, still Pukman not able to find that goal. A demolition to come through, leaves the goal just open wide for a second, but Zedo comes through at the right time. Again, the ball goes up. This is a chance. Pukman, they play it back, but they miss out on the goal. The clearance is quite there, and now they break.
Now there's only one in defence. It keeps looping over. There's a chance. JSM dropping it down from the heads of Buchman, but they can deal with it just about the line. The redirect to the corner, not going to happen. Sharpness investing everything in this attack. Buchman no boost, but they'll still get it done. A goal line clearance, and we go again. 2 minutes played, and still 2 goals apiece.
Yeah, nothing to separate these teams quite so far, but their play has been exhilarating. The ball comes through, but Sharpness are there. Again, we just keep seeing attacking attacking Rocket League at this point. And
Football, bumper ball, car ball, whatever you want to call it, I am enjoying it. Sharpness trying to get the best of it. Goes over the heads. 1, 2 cars for a 3rd goal. Sharpness win out in game number 2. They take the lead in the series.
Yep, they win out in game number 3. They take the advantage to go 2-1 against Buchman, who realistically have been touted as the favourites by one of the rivals, perhaps on the other side of the bracket.
I mean, there are going to be plenty of people, I think, on the opposite side of the bracket vying for a Hanover defeat here and a Sharpness Cinderella run to be coming out because they have thoroughly impressed me. I think that last goal, a little bit calamitous, I think it's fair to say, the loose ball bouncing over the heads. And yeah, when we spoke of the mental game as well and how much these teams have left in the tank, that was quite literally metaphoric in the way that the boost ran out when the Hanover players were trying to get the ball out of the 18-yard box, and just like that, it is going to trickle through, and just like that, Sharpness take the lead.
Yeah, Sharpness really do. And on top of that, I mean, I don't know if you would want, it's like almost, it's like that meme where it's like, someone, it's kind of like a taco meme, but it's like, you don't want to play, sorry, it's just, you don't want to play Buchman, so you want Buchman to get beat, but then you realise, wait, Buchman got beat by someone? Like, they're just as good? Like, this is the sort of thing you need to realise, but the realisation of the goal isn't quite there.
I mean, there is always a bigger fish, I think, is the way to put that a little bit more simple, than there's that one meme where that one thing happens and then this means something. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And Sharpness, hey, they're picking up what we're putting down and rising to that challenge. First goal in the game for, well, as many played, it certainly feels like. And that is going to just be them carrying on this golden brick road that they're paving all the way to the LAN finals.
Well, Hazza, the question is we're going to get a 4th overtime between these two teams, because that's the way it seems to be going. Again, now Buchman on towards the attack, and again, not really being able to make it count. It seems as if Sharpness, their best form of defense is offense.
Yeah. There's a bingo card somewhere, and it's got a lot of check marks on it right now. OT every game, good early start from Sharpness every game. Hanover growing into the matches as they carry on. Yeah, that seems to be fair. And well, look, there it is. Scoreline tied up, and everything still ringing to be true as it has done the last 3 times.
Yep. That is 100% the case, and scoreline of 1-1 between these two teams. We go again. Will Sharpness be able to get a good restart as they occasionally seems to do? It doesn't seem to be the case. The ball now being sent towards the orange side. Defence is there. Ball breaks and nothing quite able to be capitalised upon just for the time being.
PZY driving up the backboard as well as to clear it a little more favourably. Zedo is there, some boost left and available, but as it drops to the feet, or the tyres of Anas, you should say, and they are able to keep it forward. And actually, there's a bit more of a monopoly here on the boost for Sharpness. I think they've been very good on their rotations, recycling the amount that they have. Now cut out to dry just a little bit as Hanover go on the offense. And this is something they'll need to keep a track of.
Yeah. Again, it's all about who can break this mid-line defence, this midway post. Oh, what a goal! Beautiful passing closes there to tap it in.
So nicely worked. And as I said before, right now I think Sharpness are getting the better of these boost cycles, making sure that they have sufficient opportunities to drive that ball forward, and Glows yet again just mercurial in their approach. Bugman with a chance to reset and go for something of their own here, but very swiftly dealt with, and we're back into this midfield matchup.
Oh, nice demolition there. Allows Hanover to get through. It's a beautiful pass in play, but unfortunately the crossbar is hit. The rebounds are there, nothing quite capitalised upon. And now the hungry wolves of Sharpness look to pounce upon any loose ball to get it out of their half. Can they do so? It doesn't seem quite like it at the time being. It's oh no, Hanover, they've let it slip. Now we see Sharpness go on the attack, but the attack not quite good enough.
It's moments of brilliance that we see littered in there from Hanover that prove exactly why they have so much quality. I mean, Zedo, with all the boost, was waiting for an opportunity to snatch at it. Finally, they'll get it, and it's off the upright, the woodwork, for the second successive time in a row. They do continue to trail in this game, but as we said before, if history is fated to repeat itself, there's plenty left in the German team yet.
Yeah, plenty in the tank for both teams, you could say. At either point, any of these teams could score. And it just seems as we are at a little slight impasse with the way that the ball is going. Both teams at a stalemate once again.
We come into this final minute or so, and the scoreline remains to be the same. Then I think it's just going to be one goal in it, because we've begun to stagnate ever so slightly now for Hanover. They're expected to find that one more, as we have said a few times. But if Sharpness can shore up the defense and stop that possibility from happening, then they do have a chance to grow on this advantage and sort of flip the score from being one game down to two to the good.
That's the whole point. It's all about creating those chances. Creating not just being stuck in your own goal, just defending from your own half consistently, and they're doing that. They're finding these chances, they're just not being able to convert them at the time.
Yeah, as we said, the best defense is a good offense, and Sharpness have taken up that notion a fair amount. I mean, things have slowed down in pace dramatically, and that is not one to be looking at on the replay. We're going to, of course, but there you have it. Anash just feeding the ball on a plate to Zedo, who'd been looking for that opportunity. Goal after goal, it wasn't falling their way, but this time, in fact, they'll get it. And now, actually a chance for Buchmann to win this series in regulation. Both teams, in fact, presented that chance, and maybe it's Sharpness that take it up first.
Looked likely ever for a moment. The ball goes up, GSM collects and puts it up high on towards a plate, but it just hits the backboard. Now it's been sent in the other direction and everybody chasing.
Yeah, and just trying to look for that long pass in the air, up high, wide of the mark. JSM gets rid of it, glows to the corner, back looping around PZY in position. 20 seconds remain. Is it overtime yet again, or is there a moment of brilliance? In fact, there nearly could be. Zedo on the follow-up, not quite able to get it. Fabso also chasing. 8 seconds remain, looking to do it in regulation here. Either of the teams, Sharpness perhaps looking the more likely, but will it drop dead before the chance beckons?
Oh, it seems to be just continuously kept up in the air. Hanover now with probably the last chance of the game, but it drops. It is a fourth overtime.
Yeah. Both of these teams not too selfish in the overcommittals. There a chance for Hanover to invest all of the car power, the horsepower that they had, I think you should say, into that final attack. But here we go. 4 games played so far, 4 overtimes. These teams in many ways inseparable. If Sharpness take this one in OT, they continue on this miraculous run, but it may just be denied by Hanover. They're already starting to dig the claws in, chance after chance, but they miss one at a time. and things can be maintained a moment longer.
I mean, Sharpness may be forgiven for being a little bit over encumbered in the way that these chances keep coming for Buchman. They try to make a chance of their own, but it doesn't quite come their way. Ball sent forward once again, but, well, nothing quite capitalised. Now it's Hanover's turn. A nice defence to come through as Hazza comes through like a soundboard. Yeah. It just seems as if we can't get the ball away from the blue side of the goal.
It's topsy-turvy, flippy-floppy stuff, Cairo. Not sure who exactly it is that's going to have fate on their side and it flip and land eventually on their end of the seesaw. Who it is perhaps sat on either side of that plank of wood that's putting in the extra weight, the extra force behind them, dragging their opponents down.
Yeah, it seems as if both teams trying to drown their opponents in chances, but the chances continuously come. The ball breaks, and it's almost like the last one. An unfortunate series of events allows for Buchman to get back into the game. They make it 3-2, and they make it equal.
Yep, tied up yet again. 4 games, 4 overtimes, and the share of the spoils are evenly split between the two teams at this point in time. What a series that we have seen so far. My main highlight from that game specifically has to be Zedo, the patient playmaker that waited sort of round after round in this sparring duel between the two teams. I mean, it's not really sparring anymore. It's a thriller in Manila. The gloves are off and they are starting to draw blood from one another. But yeah, just looking for those opportunities, making sure that the positioning was there, capitalizing on the little gaps and openings that were, you know, sort of dropped in their face, and really making the most of it when needed. So I'm thoroughly impressed with how they've been able to sort of turn around the performance, especially when Sharpness looked to have got off to yet another great start. Like we've said, the hallmark of their trade. Now coming into game number 5, could this be that moment where things start to change in terms of fortune for either of these teams, or is it more of the same on the cards?
I think this is probably the most important game so far, because whoever wins this one, Hazza, goes on towards series point. You know, this is where they now start to put themselves, or are allowed to put more pressure on towards their opponents, and one of these teams will feel it. I guess if it's Hanover feeling that pressure, they can maybe not necessarily sit back and relax, but they can certainly rely on that experience that they have in their back pocket. As for the Sharpness right now, Hazza, if they go down, I mean, they can't capitulate here. That's going to be the biggest problem for them.
Yeah, it's a very sharp sword to be sat on the edge of right now if you are Sharpness, because for them, they're a team which, you know, we've seen play in international competition before, but not necessarily pull off anything breathtaking in comparison to Hanover, who have just been ridiculous, outright, sort of de facto dictating force right at the forefront of this collegiate scene.
Yeah.
So if this maiden run is to carry on, they've got to show us something a little bit more, and it seems like they may be falling towards the dark side, as already Hanover have got an early lead, and this breaks away from that cycle that we were caught in, a vicious one at that. Sharpness needing to give us a little bit more and deliver the resolve that we have not necessarily come to expect from them.
Something that we can say though, Hazza, there's not much breaks in between these games. Yes, they're short, but I mean, they're still straining on the mind, still something that you continuously need to think about. And with there not being many breaks, that can be wearing on these players. The ball goes up again, but it just breaks ever so loose. But it is Sharpness to capitalise upon.
Yeah, this game so far, I mean, even though we've only played a minute or so, 60 seconds plus 70 even expired, is going to be the biggest test of character that we see from Sharpness. Whether they have the goods, the resilience to maintain form throughout this one and not falter off in the pivotal moments just when they had a lead on the series for it to then expire in front of them. Hanover already doing a good job at punishing, Zedo carrying onwards. What a shot! Not quite into the pathing of Fabso. And like that, we'll have 2 minutes on the clock played, with Hanover the only team scoring thus far.
Yeah. Sharpness, now it's their turn to attack, their turn to create chances, their turn to find the goal. They're not going to, but it opens up their defence here as we see Fabso go on the attack and just hits the post. Just unfortunately not able to capitalise. Now the chances go on towards the other. Now the coin is flipped.
Not quite having the positioning there to send it goalwards on the Hanover side, scratching the side door of the chassis. JSM attempting something similar, but ultimately that one is sent too far wide. Zedo in at 50, high ball up towards Fabso off the backboard. A chance goes beckoning for Sharpness, but as I said before, the positional play not quite there for them to be making the most of these, and I think a lot of that comes down to the symptomatic defensiveness that they've been presenting thus far. Only one person back to deal with each of these, and that second man not quite there for Hanover. Just so much better in those positions right now. And 2 minutes left, 2 on the board.
Yeah, Fabso coming in with a fantastic demolition. Opens it up, allows for the last remaining defensive player not to be there. And now 2-0. That lead beginning to grow. That, I guess, control of the game beginning to grow. Sharpness, we've not really seen them have to fight in from an extensive lead, has there?
Yeah, they definitely haven't. I mean, the strongest lead that they had was that 3-1 in game number 2, I believe it would have been at that point in time. And you know, that quickly disappeared. They were finally able to make good of it in overtime, if you could even go so far as to say that. But yeah, Hanover now finally starting to show their full form, and if the scoreline stays the same way that it has and we come out of this with a clean sheet, a really decisive victory, then that also puts the pressure on. It would be series point, LAN point, and a point of no return perhaps for Sharpness, as Dr. Buchman have found their third uncontested.
Has it. Hanover just can't be stopped. It seems for this game, and again, I start to worry now for Sharpness. Is this now their momentum, their energy, their mental resilience gone?
Yeah, the pace has certainly taken a real trough here. It's dipped off on the scale. They want to try and find something else here with not too much time left. Right now, on the precipice of conceding series point, LAN point. Dr. Buchman continuing onwards, unrelenting, nothing to hold them back. The chains removed link by link. They group together to try and find a fourth, which would just be salt in the wounds at this point.
I think if a fourth was found, it would be game over. I mean, as the time ticks down, it feels like game over. Buchman were able to score 3 in 30 seconds. It's Sharpness' turn now. I don't think they'll be able to do it at this time, though, as we see again the Hanover defence come through.
As I said before, Sharpness good at creating early advantages and just about squeezing out the necessary result from them. But when they're put to the test, when they're at a deficit, they have really struggled to find a way back from that issue, from that cliff face right now. And I think as this one draws to a close, Hanover, they're going to be sat on the edge, LAN point in their court. Sharpness will want to find that early lead again coming into what will be game number 6. As Hanover finally demonstrating why they are as good of a team as everyone has made them out to be.
Yeah, now they take the advantage. Why they are the favourites, that proving it right now in this game. Now we head on towards, as you said, series and LAN point. Whoever wins this moves forward to those LAN grand finals. It's now whether we can see a Sharpness resurgence in this next one.
Yeah, really demonstrating that composure, Hanover, that experience in these tough situations. And hey, if they pick up this next game, the series will finish 4-2, and it'll be a stronger result than even what we saw in their previous matchup. Perhaps, you know, the seeding being a factor at play when you look at how both German teams, Hamburg as well, came up against Hanover in the previous match that they played before this one. So just the strength of competition generally, and like this team that we're speaking about, are like that beast that's lurking around. And you even mentioned it before. If they get beaten, like, whoa, they got beaten, but there's a better team than them. At this point in time, it just feels like they've decided, okay, right, the gloves are off, they've pulled the ruler out, and they've set Sharpness in line to sort of say, okay, this is what the hierarchy looks like. Make no mistake, we are here to play.
Yeah, exactly. They have really started to come in with their style. And again, something that we've seen across all the games is during the kind of mid to late game is when we've seen Buchmann come in and start to really show their style, really show what they're good at. And now as we get into the mid to late series, this is now where we're seeing Hanover start to thrive.
Yeah, as I said before, they are a very adaptable roster. They took a little bit to get a feel for what exactly kind of Rocket League sharpness we're trying to play. As I mentioned before, control of the boosts, I think, has been really important in how they've been able to play. So the early game favors them so much because they can just take a quick snatch at it, go for this hyper-aggressive play up the field.
Yeah.
But now that Dr. Buchmann sort of reside with that knowledge, they've been able to defensively work on those issues and then punish these overcommits a little bit more. Zedo being much more clinical, warming into this match as it's progressed onwards. And I don't want to say it here, but if Hanover get the opening goal in this what could be final game as they do sit on that land point, I think that might just be enough. And like, I don't want to sort of present it that way so clear cut, as I'm hoping that Anas hasn't disconnected. It seems like that might be the case, so hopefully a pause can come through. Would be so unfortunate this late into the game, but yeah, they have sort of required that a little bit.
Yeah, I think we are, and just I think we're waiting for a reset of the game as all the players are just, I guess, messing around.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Hanover score first, but I don't think that one is going to count.
No.
It would be a real shame this late in the competition for it to be the difference maker. Zeto, even, as I said before, like a hungry hippo, always wanting to be snatching away, snagging anything that they can.
Oh, all the players are back in, I think. I don't know if that goal is still going to count. It looks like at the time.
Yeah. I am most likely expecting one of those. You mentioned before that the FIFA references, like the sweaty goals. This is more of one of those YouTube like top 10 respect moments where you expect sharpness perhaps to allow or Hanover to allow them to score another goal, but it seems as if Hanover have gone 2 up now, and this would be a puzzling conclusion to what otherwise has been an enthralling series. We'll just have to see what the executive decision is behind this.
Looks like it's play on for the time being. Again, another disconnect from the sharpness players, and now I think Buchmann are just putting everything to the sword at this moment, not leaving anything out. And I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? We don't like to be left on the dark in the casting desk, and we'll have to see how this one transpires. A few of the cars idle, the engines just rolling over. Hanover will be finding a fourth here, but whether that amounts to anything or not, I mean, is yet to be seen. If we want to speak about this series more thematically, in this downtime, I guess you could call it, because this isn't a competitive game being played right now. I mean, it takes 2 teams participating actively for that to be the case, of course.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the admins are just checking the decision just to give you guys an update as we, I guess we're playing almost in a practice lobby for the time being.
Yeah, Hanover just decimating sharpness as they go down like a lead zeppelin. 5-0 right now. Fully expecting a restart on this one.
Yeah.
I think Hanover will probably be pretty happy to let that happen as well, considering the fact, they're up in the series. Singular early goal, as I mentioned before, could be a difference maker, but right now I believe we are just waiting. So yeah, it's difficult to pick apart anything that's going on right now when we're in this position.
We've got confirmation, Hazza. Admins will be recreating the lobby, and we will be going back at 3-2.
No surprises. Whether Anas was away from the desk just to try and catch a sip of water, perhaps some rehydration in the downtime, as we mentioned before. It is an onslaught of games that you see one after the other in Rocket League. Hanover presented the opportunity to practice some of those mechanics here. Attempted air dribble from PZY, but not going to happen. as we should be returning to the desk now to not really break down what we've just seen.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting Hanover to be taking game number 6 in a 5-0 fashion and just red stamp straight on to take them to LAN. But yeah, from Sharpness, we need to see that resurgence, right? Of course, it's going to require the players being present. But as I said before, it might just come down to an early goal here and how they shape up. Because as I mentioned before, when they get on the score sheet early, they look second to none. Holding on to those advantages then is a different case in point, but the big thing is not allowing Hanover to get the chances that they've been presented in the opening stages as they did on the last game.
Yeah, that's 100%. It's just not allowing Hanover to get those early leads. I mean, Sharpness, they'll be wanting to take it themselves. That's where we've seen them play the best. That last game, though, they just looked like a shell of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely did. I believe it was 2-0 that we saw in Game 5. So the first time, really, that it's not headed towards an overtime. The first time for many things for Dr. Buchanan. I mean, it really shows as well how much they'd grown into this series at large and could then just completely adjust that game plan against Sharpness, understanding how aggressive they were in the opening phases and how exactly it was they were able to do that. The lobby will be restarted, of course, like I said. Most likely that means that the HUD at the top will be inaccurate in terms of the series and who's won however many games it is that are played. Most likely we'll go into like a quick BO3 lobby, but the scoreline as it currently sits is Hanover up 3 games to 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with Hanover being up 3 games to 2, again, with on LAN and Series Point, need to emphasise that, Hazard, because if they win this next one, it's all over. It's done. I mean, it now puts us in a situation where, I mean, Sharpness, they need to leave it all on the line, because if they don't, then, I mean, it could be done.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. We should be ready now to head into what is game number 5 and could be the final game here if Dr. Buchanan are able to take this one through. I mean, they've certainly looked the better team so far. They've been able to make good adjustments on the fly. In terms of what the ruling is for coaches, I believe that they can have their say in between the games specifically. I know for other formats it is different, where the coach can only sort of speak their mind after the entirety of a series is played. So obviously a little bit different, important that they are able to, of course, make those changes. For Sharpness, I'm not sure if they enjoy the same kind of structure necessarily. They started off brilliantly. They came out of that quarterfinal matchup 4-0 against Warwick, as I said before. Warwick always, regionally in the UK as a university, doing pretty well, topping those rankings. But as I said, they just don't quite show the same kind of results in these big competitions, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Warwick is always an interesting one. A university that topped the University Esports charts, but we won't get into that.
Always love to take a wee little dig at the fellow UK representatives. I'm not sure if we have an update actually on what's happened in the other semi-final, Amsterdam Kabul versus UEA, to get an idea of who it is exactly that's going to be meeting either of these teams in the LAN finals. But it doesn't seem like there is any update for you there. So as soon as we have that, we will let you know, of course, who their opponents could be. As this one's already drawn on quite some time, I think it's fair to say that is also a simultaneous blockbuster matchup that is currently ongoing. And when we have confirmation of it, we will, of course, let you know what the scores on the doors are. But this top 4, I think, is a pretty good representation of where things are at in EMEA. And it's nice to see, like as I said before, representation for MENA, Middle East, North Africa as well, not just like your German teams, your UK teams, and then also Amsterdam Kabul from the Netherlands doing a brilliant job to have made such a deep run that they did, especially with some more troublesome series I think they had in that qualifier bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Amsterdam, I think, was it not Rotterdam that they had the major recently?
Yeah. I mean, there was that one that was maybe like a couple years ago. No, I can't remember necessarily. I'm not too in touch with the RLCS. I know that in the UK we had the Copper Box.
Well, yeah, I think it was like round about the August last year, because I think I was in Holland when that was going on for different reasons, obviously. To do with cars, but not to do with esports.
Yeah, of course. Big Max Verstappen here. I know that you can use the like F1 car bodies in game, but pretty much Octane, Fennec, that's it. Like no one else plays any of the other. Like if I was to see a player cutting about in like a Red Bull here in Game 6, I would be very, very surprised. But hey, I mean, like you said, they played actually a matchup against the Belgian team. I can't quite remember what exactly university that was, but the Belgian team that they played in the qualifiers, they had won the sort of regional Benelux tournament that they had been playing at a university level, and of course that included Amsterdam Carball as well. So the fact that they could like overturn that result and really put to bed who the best team within the sort of extended region and not just the Netherlands, I think was a really nice storyline to see. And the fact that they have moved so far in the competition here as well is very nice. Still, that one reading on the bracket page 0-0, so no information as to how that has transpired. And this one still preparing. The lobby has been recreated as far as the admins have been able to inform us, so hopefully soon we will see game number 6 of Sharpness versus Hanover.
Yep, hopefully we will get back in towards that one soon. It's been a thrilling day, has to be honest. I mean, you up nice and early, you know, getting that sleeping schedule sorted out, so it's been a nice wee little morning. I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, it's nice to have like a Rocket League vacation, be speaking about something different. Of course, we were on Valorant before, and that is typically the game that we cover. Make sure to stay in touch with all of the socials at UE Masters on Twitter specifically, and Instagram as well. I think it's University Esports Masters in full on Facebook. If you want to keep in touch with the LAN finals when that gets announced, thoroughly looking forward to that. Maybe making an appearance of my own, not too sure at this point in time, but it would be really nice to see some of those teams in the flesh participating. LAN finals, of course, it's a different environment as well. The pressure increased a lot, and we're already seeing this right now. And we do have confirmation that Amsterdam Carball Esports have won 4-3 against UEA. So going all the way to the final match, UEA not able to make it to LAN and carry on that form that they had been showing for us, unfortunately for them. But congratulations to Amsterdam Carball Esports, who will be making it to LAN. They've locked in their spot already. And now we just have to see who exactly it is that's going to be joining them, whether it's Hanover on the continent or our MENA representatives, the final remaining ones in the tournament, Sharpness from the Saudi Esports Academy.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be an interesting one, Hazza, to see how this game is going to finish. Obviously, LAN finals not confirmed either. Would be, you know, it's like a nice little trip for these university students to kind of get out in the world, go traveling.
I mean, look, like a mini holiday, right? I don't know where it would end up being. I think last time it might have been in Spain somewhere, like Madrid. I certainly wouldn't turn my nose up a trip to Madrid or Barcelona. I know in the UK we had our regional finals in Confetti and Nottingham. As much as I love Confetti, Nottingham not as much of a holiday destination as Madrid, I think it's fair to say.
Could you imagine if we had it in like Riyadh or something like that?
I mean, look, on like home turf for one of the MENA teams, definitely quite a decent one. I think that would be nice. Either way, with the teams that we have left remaining, there's a decent, well, at least one of these teams could be on home turf. The rest of them get to travel overseas for an event, which is always, you know, a rewarding experience as a whole. We should be ready to fire into this game number 6 now. We've hinted it a few times already, but the lobby has been created. The preparation is there. Months, in fact, behind both of these teams, just waiting to see who it is that faces Amsterdam Carball. And we shouldn't hold you back a moment longer to find that out.
I mean, now thinking about this game, Hazza, we'll just go over the talking points that we've been kind of within this series. You know, we are now on series and LAN point. There is an advantage towards Hanover at this moment in time. Dr. Buchman, the team that we've seen played. Sharpness, though, the MENA representatives have somewhat fell off in that last game that we've seen in full.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, the points to mention as well, like you said, the fact that Sharpness have been good at finding early advantages.
Yeah.
They started off well. They were up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah.
It ended up getting tied. Buchmann took an advantage. Now they are one game ahead, and that game could be the difference maker. They sit on land point, as I said before. If they're able to convert this, there shouldn't be any issues with player disconnects now. We are preparing to head into this one. In the lobby, Buchmann being good at those adaptations on the fly, as we mentioned, sort of adjusting to that aggressive game style that Sharpness have shown us.
Yeah.
And just waiting to see who it is exactly that will be going to LAN.
100%. It seems as if we have confirmation about the issue that is going on.
There's
I
a
believe
ping
is a ping problem because of obviously one of the teams being from MENA. We may possibly be going to a break to sort it out, but we will wait and see exactly what is going on with the production side of things.
Yeah, we'll let you know when we have an answer. It is an unfortunate situation. Of course, they've tried to recreate the lobby. We've already seen a few games played.
Yeah.
Ping is not something that we really want to be seeing. So we want to make sure that this is the fairest match possible to be played between the two teams. As we said before, the stakes are high. Prize pool is one thing, but then of course as well you have that stake, that spot at LAN that could be coming through for either of these teams. So we are in fact going to be taking a short break, but when we return, we will have game number 6 between Sharpness and Hanover for you.
Have this feeling, haven't felt for so long. Took a hold on me and won't let go. I've been sleeping, caught me off my guard. Cause you're in my space and now I'm so. Pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me to open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Shot away. Won't let you touch me, won't let you go to my head. Cause I know I'm dealing with the devil. But I'm standing with my heart in your hand. And I'm too deep into win this gamble. Pull me towards you and I cannot fight it. My head's underwater, I try to disguise it. Want you to hold me, though we haven't spoken. I need that something to get me open. You are only a shot away from me to be my everything. Cause you are only a shot away from me to be my everything.
Welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters. We are in the playoffs for Rocket League. We've already confirmed one of our teams for the LAN finals, that of course being Amsterdam Carball Esports with a 4-3 victory over the UEA Blue Jays. Now we return to game number 6 between Dr. Buchmann, the Hanover University, our German representatives, against Sharpness, the Saudi Esports Academy for the Saudi Arabian region. Of course, MENA representing them at large here for a chance to then move in towards those LAN finals that we've got coming up.
Yeah, exactly. This is now where it all lies on the line. Now we're on LAN, series, match point, whatever you want to call it. This is basically and could be the last game that is played today for the qualification. There's obviously one more game to come through. That would be the third place, but it's all eyes on this one, Hazza.
Yeah, all eyes on this. We can forget about the third place playoff for now. So much more hanging on the line. Sharpness overcoming the ping issues. We once again, of course, apologize for the technical difficulties, but that can all be put in the past now. Can they put to the past those previous results which have set them in this course, this trajectory, this position? Or will Hanover reset as they've been able to do time and time again and put this one to bed?
Well, you'd hope so. Hopefully we get a good game, enthralling game. I mean, most of these games have been overtime and already. A little bit of worrying signs here for Sharpness as Buchmann just hit the post.
really close to finding the early advantage, something I said could be the difference maker. 4 overtimes in as many games played to start out this series, and there we have it. Buchmann on the board. Sharpness, they may have resolved external issues, but inside the server, Hanover continue on the form that they had managed to pick up. And just like that, the lead is theirs. Worrying signs with a minute played.
Yeah, something that has to be said is the only games that Sharpness have been able to win is ones in which they have scored first. Buchmann, on the other hand, that is not the same case for them, but every time they've scored first, it has been a pretty much successful story.
Buchmann now moving forward through Fabso. Sharpness able to deal with it, but the boost is here for them. Something I said that Sharpness were good at doing before was maintaining that boost for their players, over-encumbering Hanover, but now they've been a little bit more reserved in those rotations, making sure the support is necessary. Zedo, one of the players that's had a big impact in scoring a few of those goals, finally breaking between the lines and putting it in the orange half.
Yeah, Sharpness now trying to get the ball towards goal into a scoring position. It isn't going to be for this time, as now Hanover look to collect. It goes a little bit dangerous though across the face of goal, but again, nothing in terms of the slaps to that towards it. Now Hanover just tentatively look to try and caress the ball towards the midway point, but it's not going to be for this time.
Yeah, Sharpness trying to recollect. JSM keep his foot on the gas pedal, try and creep the ball forwards. Anas coming in, and it is going to be Glows that puts it out. Just like that, Sharpness on the board, 1-1. And this is that test of character that we spoke of. Finding a goal when they were trailing in a match, not something which they've been able to do on a number of occasions, but maybe the contrary could prove to be true.
That is maybe the case. The ball sent forward already, but it's not quite landing where it wants to for the time being. Both of these teams having to fight for collection of that ball off the back. Nothing there to quite capitalise. The defence still strong here for Sharpness.
Yeah, just trying to slow the pace down a little bit, Hanover, to loft that ball over the heads of the drivers on the Sharpness side. Another high one. A bit of an egregious affair between the two teams right now. Tumultuous, you could say. A lovely lofted play, but Anas not quite able to find the mark. The defensive work from Hanover is good. The rotation's still in place, and that is a brilliant recovery from the German team.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're straight on towards the attack. Straight on towards the blue side of the field. Again, still plenty of defenders here as they look to fight their way out from their own half. Sharpness, no, still not able to try and get the ball away as the ball continuously being sent towards their goal mouth.
Yeah, Sharpness just depleting the boost that they had, decrepit from the defensive position. Hanover continuing their onslaught as the ball rides and rolls all the way around the corner. PZY, the next one to touch it on forwards and carry this Mexican wave of force that they are driving behind and into Sharpness. Of course, on land point right now and looking to just send themselves all the way over the line. All three players with a chance to tap it in, but none of them able to do so.
Yeah. Sharpness again continuing this defence, something that they have been pretty decent at. Apart from that last game, the ball bounces, but Hanover clear it out. Again, we hit that reset, that scrapping us in towards the midfield happens once again. Whoever can get the ball forward probably have that advantage to score. We go 1 minute remaining on this match.
1 minute remaining, 1 goal for each teams, and that might just be sufficient. A singular score here for Hanover to send themselves all the way to that land. Zedo, the one to carry the ball forward, again wrapping around the side of the Sharpness defense, constricting them like a snake, clambering in and closing on towards their prey, the predator, the hierarchy, the top of the food chain into the final 30 seconds.
Now we are into the final 30 seconds, and as Sharpness with that ball, that chance, and the defence is perfect. A few times we've seen a lack of concentration from Hanover, but not here. They cover the key parts of the goal and stop the ball from going in. Does it go in this time? No, it doesn't. It goes anywhere but hitting all shots. Hazard, the crossbar, the post, the ball continues to stay there, but Sharpness can't quite convert.
They crash into one another. Still a chance here off the upright. Ball is alive. Overtime beckons for the 5th time in the series, and it will come through. Only one of those games, the one which Hanover picked up, the difference maker ultimately at this point in time. How much more can Sharpness show us into what could be their final chance to prove something in the season?
Something that has to be said here though, Hazza, there's not much we can take away. Anybody could win it at this point. It's not as if it's been one team to be better in the overtime. Both teams have been just as good. The ball still continues to stay towards the blue side, but nothing quite put in. Now is that we see Hanover assault this, I guess, clambering defence to get the ball out. Hanover still stay within possession.
And they carry on forward. Zedo with the boost. The 50 doesn't go their way. Glows has found an opportunity. They lift the ball up, but Fabso is there. Glows again tries to recollect possession, but it will be dealt from their hand. PZY with a lofted pass. Zedo trying to touch it forwards, but it'll instead be sent to the corner.
Yeah. And well, with the ball now starting to head towards the orange side of the field, Buchman's side of the field, they begin their defence to try and get this ball. Wow! Sharpness come out at the perfect time after fixing all their issues. Well, they fixed their issues on the field as well. They have managed to equal the scoring, and we go to a one-game shootout.
Points of continuity, things kept the same between the series, the overtime checked off once more, but the little slight difference, the feeling that has now grown is that Sharpness can dust themselves off from defeat, and they will send us to this game number 7 in the best of 7. What a turnaround after conceding first. I said that could be a difference maker. It proves to be anything but, and I mean, what a series this has already proven to be.
Yeah.
Still so much lying on the line.
Yeah, everything lying on that line. A chance to get in towards the LAN finals, a chance to convert. Hazza. Next game going to be also important. We're talking about pressure for that game, specifically for Sharpness to come back into it. Now going in towards this final one, I mean, the pressure is split equally amongst both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. We said before, the experience that Hanover possess, I mean, the potential for them here as well. Expectation, something that a lot of people had for them. You even said it before in the interview we had from Snipe on the UEA Blue Jays. Unfortunately, they've fallen short. They're waiting to see who their opponent's going to be in that 3rd place match with Amsterdam Kabul Esports, having already locked in that spot for the Netherlands in the LAN finals. Yeah, I mean, Hanover, everyone seemingly has them down as being the favourites, yet this has been a fantastic series played out by the Saudi Esports Academy and Sharpness to get MENA on the LAN stage and potentially bring home a title.
Yeah, exactly. Driving themselves forward is the biggest point about this. Can they continue it this time? Hanover, though, look to stop it with an early goal.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they have had that for the last couple of games, but Sharpness still able to steady themselves. First 30 seconds played, a little more relaxed this time around, but both teams gunning for the LAN finals. Yet again, it's a 7-game shootout, as we saw in the other semi-final being played simultaneously to this one.
Yeah. I mean, it seems as if it's just the quality of both teams 100% on the field right now, playing at their best, and there it is. First goal for Hanover. 3 games in a row this has been the case. Buchman look to push themselves over that finish line.
It's just what the doctor ordered, that doctor being Dr. Buchman, of course. They find the opening goal. Less than a minute played, and now itching ever closer to those LAN finals.
Yeah, ball not quite pushed towards where it wants to go. Although Buchman continuously keeping this defense's Sharpness throw. Cars, bodies at the situation. Although the chance doesn't quite come forward, doesn't come quite fully realised. The chance now for Buchman was there, but it's not, I guess, capitalised upon.
Yeah, Sharpness trying to propose some kind of a resistance here to the early deficit from which they trail, as they did in the last series, very nearly go 2 down. And what a change of pace that would have been. Similarly to what we saw from Hanover in game number 4. Of course, now that one long distant in the minds of these players, as
It has continued to move forwards. I mean, this is the 14th game that Hanover will have played so far today, and well, it's far from over at this point.
Oh, it 100% is far from over. Both these teams putting it all on the line to get towards LAN. Bukeman have the current advantage and look to extend it, but good defensive work there from Sharpness.
Yeah, trying to keep things ticking over, but soon the boost continues to expire. Zedo going head-to-head, bumper to bumper with the Sharpness players. Ball dropping in, it's a nasty one. Zedo again clashing horns with their adjacent player. Nice air dribble from PZY, but cut short by JSM.
Yeah. Now, Bukeman look to try and get it forward. A chance there as a car goes flying, but now the ball goes flying towards the orange side of the goal, but it's easily put towards the other side now as the coin is flipped once again.
It's like a game of tennis. The heads from everyone in the audience flipped left to right. The coloured baubles that sit in the stadium right now. Glows trying to do something of their own, but immediately it is lost. So much back and forth, and as we continue to just sit at the grindstone, round for round, blow for blow, without Sharpness finding that equalizer, you continue to worry as to whether they have that fight left in them.
It certainly seems to be the case. The ball is continuously fired forward, although it's like a Gatling gun of opportunities here for Sharpness. This time they have a chance to get the ball up the field. There is a demolition, so they're down in numbers momentarily, but that moment is gone.
Yeah, just trying to brute force their way through the front door of Bukeman at this point in time. You even see it there as well. Just duel after duel, 50 after 50 taken. Finally, an aerial ball will drop towards Zedo, and they'll try to get it out, but they can't. Two Sharpness players on the opposite side. One sent to the corner, but just not enough to send it inside the post. This could be it, and it surely will be. Zedo returns in firing form. 2 for Bukeman, and that might just be enough.
Hopefully it could be if you are a Bukeman fan, but a quick goal from Sharpness would turn this on its head. Reset is back to that 1-goal advantage for Bukeman. Sharpness could be right back in it, but not for now.
A minute left. 2 goals required of Sharpness. We've seen turnarounds, but nothing of this sort from them yet. The last time that Bukeman went 2 up, that is how the game started and finished. What more respite can they offer for us here? The attack has begun, but will it finish with a goal?
It doesn't look like at this point again. Bodies, cars, everything thrown at it, apart from the kitchen sink. Zai able just to stop the ball momentarily, but Hanover are not stopped in their attack.
They certainly aren't. Sharpness look to bring it forward. It has to be now or never. The LAN finals await them. Bukeman so close in doing so. As I said before, history perhaps doomed to repeat itself. A loose one out in the midst of things, and there's just not players in position to make the most of the chance granted to them. Coming into the final 15 seconds, it seems as if Bukeman have blunted the sword of Sharpness. They went on a miracle run, but they're going to need everything but that if there is a chance. 3 seconds remain as time ticks down. Overtime is but a distant memory. Bukeman will be heading to LAN.
Yeah, they await Amsterdam. Their opponents, who is one on the opposite side of the bracket, has a. We now finally have our 3rd place match confirmed. It will be Sharpness versus UEA up next. LAN finals soon to be confirmed as well.
Yeah, I mean, whoever it is that can now take that 3rd place playoff is going to be feeling at least a little better about themselves.
Yeah.
But for Sharpness, what a dampener that has to be. They went down in the series, you know, round after round. They were down 1-0. They took the advantage 2-1. And sooner rather than later, it was a 3-2 scoreline. They trailed yet again. I mean, back and forth, really, these teams able to win in pairs of 2. And just like that, the team of Hanover are going to, or Dr. Bukeman, are going to be taking themselves to the LAN finals.
Yeah, 100%. And we have to give commiserations to Sharpness because they put up such a great fight. At least they still have time to play for some money on the board, as there is still a €600 prize for 3rd place.
Yeah, there definitely is. We have to give them commiserations, but also credit for how brilliantly they fought. I mean, really making a name for themselves on the international stage. As I said, quite a few times, representing the MENA region at large, one which I've been lucky to have covered regionally for the UAE representatives, the United Arab Emirates, not, of course, to be confused with UEA, the University of East Anglia, who we'll be seeing in a moment's time. But once again, congratulations to Hanover. Many people would perhaps have said that they expected for their name to be one of the firsts on the docket, of course. And yeah, that will now be confirmed. Amsterdam Cardboard Esports, their opponents. But before we head to that, we should have an interview with one of the Hanover players, expected to be Zedo, that joins us.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see what Zedo has to say. I mean, that was a hard-fought victory for them. And, I mean, it's been hard-fought victories all the way through. That's a 4-3 in the last game and a 4-3 in this game specifically. Sharpness really shown, I guess, what the MENA region has in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, 14 games played by Hanover to put themselves in this position. If this was a qualifier bracket, for example, maybe that's how many games you're playing over the spread of maybe, like 3 best-of-5s or something like that, rather than just the 2 best-of-7s that we've seen here. So nicely done by them. Zedo is one of those players that I think it'll be nice to have on the interview as well, because I was thoroughly impressed with how they grew into the series. I think there was a specific moment in Game 4 where they missed out on a couple of early chances that ended up getting saved, but by the end of that game had a brace under their belt and had actually just sort of finished off Sharpness in that situation. We saw it again be a watershed moment in this Game 7 where it was another 2-0 and they just looked much the better team after getting that early advantage. So really nicely done from them, and curious to see what their thoughts will be when we introduce them to the interview screen.
Yeah, I am really curious because, again, as you said, it's all about that resilience. They've had like plenty of international experience. Whether that is which they had to rely on is something that we'll need to see.
Yeah, certainly will do as we just prepare for them to join us for the interview. Of course, as I said before, we have that 3rd place playoff game coming up between UEA Blue Jays and Sharpness. Yeah. Of course, both of the teams who unfortunately weren't able to progress in the tournament, but Zedo has now joined the waiting room. We should have them among us very shortly. And I'm looking forward to seeing what their thoughts are going to be about that series as a whole, and what they made of the competition that we had here, as we do have now available for you an updated bracket. As I said, in the middle of the bracket, the competition fierce. 2-4-3 results with 4-0 sitting on the wings either way. And that 3rd place match now awaiting us, as of course Dr. Buchanan and Ascend Cardboard Esports or Amsterdam Cardboard Esports have made their way as the aces of the tournament in towards LAN.
Something that has to be said though is very very nice to see like a symmetric bracket. You've got 2 4-0s on the side, you've got 2 4-3s, and then more 4-3s. Yeah, but it's more the fact that when you look towards this, I mean, how many games have Ascend and Buchman had to play? I mean, you've already said it, 14 games of Rocket League between them. I mean, it's incredible.
It definitely is, right? It's a long day, to say the least, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of thoughts that Zedo has had on their performance. Not just today, but through the tournament at large. It's been taking place over the last couple of months as well. Now they'll have the entirety of June to just take a break, prepare themselves for July when that final is going to happen, which is going to be really exciting to see as well. I'm not sure what it's played out in. I would assume perhaps best of 9, since it is just a one-off LAN final, similar to what we saw from UEA and Roehampton when they played each other in a best of 9 of their own. But yeah, I believe that momentarily we should have Zedo on the line to come ahead and join us and share some of their thoughts on this game.
Yeah, 100%. I think they are just awaiting momentarily. I think he has just joined us on the left side of our screen that you guys can't see, but we'll get him in pretty soon. Yeah,
got the kit on as well. I'm liking it as well. Very sort of, you've got to have the... It's not the all gear, no idea. It's got to suit the part, right? Make sure that you're dressed up for the occasion. It's the highlight of the year for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. Is it not? What is it they say? Dress for the job that you want, not the job that
exactly.
you have.
Exactly
So-
right. Professionalism always paramount, of course. Zedo should be joining us ever so shortly, and then we can start firing away on some of these questions, which I'm excited to be asking for sure. Like I said before, it's not just today that they've shown up, but throughout the season, and both regionally, domestically, and then of course on this international stage where the promise was there and they have delivered on it.
Yeah, it seems if we are ready for interview, has it? As we've got Zedo in the chat with us.
Hello.
Hello, Zedo. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I was
Okay,
a bit wondered.
fantastic. It is a pleasure to have you with us once again. Congratulations on the result. As we were saying, 2 best of 7s, 14 games played. How are you feeling coming out of it with the LAN now secured?
I mean, we are really happy that we secured LAN, but it was really stressful. You know, like beginning against Hamburg with 7 games and really struggling, and after game 5 having the break against the Saudi team, it was I mean, but we regained, and we're really happy that we qualified.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have plenty of international experience, played in international tournaments before, had success in them. Is that something that you feel as if had benefited you in these stressful situations?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we are really calm, like especially in comps, like we didn't say things multiple times or something. Like we were just really calm. We played our style, we kept to our style, which was really important. And yeah, I mean, it was enough in the end. So I think experience really helped us.
Yeah, with that caliber, that hierarchy, there also comes expectation. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, people most likely say. Up against this Saudi team in the form of Sharpness, which we've not necessarily seen too much of from in the past, but proved that they have the capability to go on a deep run. How did you feel playing against them? Were you impressed with the quality? And was there any moments perhaps where you were in doubt of securing those finals?
And they played really good, and I didn't know them, like just close from ranked, but overall I've never heard of them. I mean, in the end, we made it more difficult for ourselves than it should have been. Like, I think we could have won it like 4-1 or 4-2, but yeah, I mean, just everything came together, and I mean, got game 7, which was good. But overall, they played better than expected.
Yeah, I mean, your opponents now, as confirmed in the LAN finals, it will be Amsterdam Carball Esports. Is that something? Is that an opponent that you're aware of, or you do you kind of like look forward to that game?
Yeah, I mean, we're really hyped to play them. We already played them in the Uni Rocketeers finals, and we beat them there twice as well. So we are really confident that we can go to LAN and just beat them up.
Strong words, right? Beat them up. I don't think anyone necessarily wants to see any blood on the canvas.
Nah,
you
not like
guys,
that.
That's a very back and forth game here as well, right? Like it was super entertaining to watch. As you said before, right, you guys have a lot of experience, and even you personally as a player, I think one of the games that we saw, missed a couple early opportunities, but then bagged that brace by the end of the game, and you guys walked out 2-0. I mean, the first 4 matches that we saw were all overtimes. It was a very long game, not just the fact that it was that best of 7. In terms of sort of playing through this series and how you grew into the game, did you feel like it took a bit to get a read on how exactly it was that they were playing it, or was it just you guys warming up into it individually?
I think first of all we had to warm up, but overall we kept to our style. Like we didn't really adapt many things, so we just played our game, because the games we lost were like just stupid mistakes by us individually, like nothing rotation wise or something that we should change our game plan for. Yeah, but I mean, overall, that's it.
Okay. Nice. I mean, I'm out of questions, Haz, if you have any more for yourself.
No, I don't really have too much more to ask, other than just, of course, outright congratulating you guys for qualifying to the LAN finals. You've dodged the 3rd place playoff. There's still plenty of prizes to be won out on the line, and of course, that trip to LAN when that does get announced. So, of course, like I said, congratulations, Zedo. Go enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and yeah, that's all from us.
Thank you. You too, and see you at LAN.
Thank you very much. Hopefully,
Goodbye.
See you. No, I mean, hopefully see Zedo at LAN. Who knows? Perhaps we'll be there, perhaps we won't. We'll just have to find out. But I am very much looking forward to seeing them play against Amsterdam Carball Esports. This duel with both of them on opposite sides of the bracket that's been somewhat touted. I mean, like we said before, the way that the bracket's shaped up, there's always going to be someone who ends up feeling hard done by because of the sheer quality that we have on display here. A lot of 7 game matches played between these 2 teams, and we do still have one more coming up for you. That 3rd place playoff will be taking place after a short break.
been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car.
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings.
Welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters, where we are here for the playoffs of Rocket League, having already confirmed our two LAN finalists, both Dr. Buchmann University of Hanover and, of course, Amsterdam Carball Esports. We now go to the third place playoff match, a chance to claim a little bit more of that prize pool. €600 will be going to the winner, divided up between the three players. That's 200 each. Nothing to turn your nose up at, of course. We will be looking at Sharpness from the Saudi Esports Academy versus UEA Blue Jays at the University of East Anglia.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of home pride there, has it, maybe for you going in towards this one. But one thing that we have to say, Sharpness have really showed their gill. I don't know if that's the right word, but certainly their quality in that last semi-final.
Yeah, UEA Pride versus MENA Pride. I mean, UEA sounds like UAE. It's sort of similar there. We've made the mistake before. I think even on the bracket, it might have said UAE at one point in time. I know that people sometimes get it a little confused, but yeah, no, the UK representative, of course, against the Saudi representative. We'll see who comes out the better team here. Both of them going to a Game 7 in their respective semi-finals, which, you know, it's unfortunate for both of those teams being that close to bringing it over the line and then having it sort of snatched away from you. Like I said, this could be the lineup that we saw going into the grand finals, the LAN grand finals, and more than anything, we're being treated in that respect because we get a look at both of these teams and what could have been.
What could have been indeed. But what we do have is this now. UEE, oh my god. UEA. UEA versus Sharpness heading in towards this matchup once again. The ball sent forward. Can anybody capitalise upon it? Not just yet.
It's quite a fast start. Something that we expect from Sharpness. Will UEA be as prepared for them? Half the ball over the line there. The Sniper's just about able to make sure it's not the 51%.
Well, we need 100%. We need definites. And I'll tell you something right now. Sharpness, close to that goal.
Yeah, able to get the flip reset just about, but not make a second contact with the ball. Snipe here, just in the back lines, dictating over things as it will eventually drop back to them. Loses out in the 50-50 aerial duel, and Anas has a chance to pry at the goal.
Yeah, one thing that has to be said so far, Sharpness seem to be all over this matchup, certainly pushing their opponents, their British opponents, to the mark, and they're having to defend for their lives for the time being.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see how both of these teams are doing, what headspace they're in, if they're really going to demonstrate that hunger, that desire to be taking this game. When you look at the fact that both of them lost in a semi-final, LAN outside the scope of possibility for each of them, where is that, you know, that driving force? Where is the inspiration, something to be challenging for? The prize pool is certainly there, but how badly do each of them want it?
Yeah, they need to be hungry. They need to show the quality, not reset from what has been two disappointing finals for either team.
Have to be looking at you know, what that mental reset looks like, the game plan, and E-clap always a constant, I think it's fair to say, for UEA finding this first goal. A nice pass from Ant-Man, and they get on the board early doors.
Yeah, exactly. 1-0 up now against Sharpness. This is something that they have struggled to do, is fight back into the game. They've only been able to do it once against their German opponents last time. Now up against the Brits, what can they do here?
It was those couple of 2-0 results against Sharpness which killed off that series for them. It was one of them which gave the lead to Hanover in the fourth match, or the fifth match I think it might have been at the time. And then the 2-0 in the final, of course, the seventh game, which ultimately sent them to LAN. So UEA with a decent start, as they did in the previous series that they played. I mean, it was 4-0 in their quarterfinal, similarly to Sharpness, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, just missed out on the aerial, which will allow Anas to get in. 1-1 the scoreline. Sharpness again able to fight in towards this one. Just like that sixth game that they played last time. Something that has to be said, we don't have much to go off of UEA's semi-final because we never saw it. But yeah, good fight.
Really nice goal from Anas there, like a kebab swirling in the air with the ball at the top of the car. And it will fly into the goal now to tie them up one apiece. So some nice resolve already shown, able to get a return on the opening goal and very nearly bustle their way into a second. Still the opportunity alive and kicking. 5 players grouped up right inside the goal mouth, and finally UEA look to be able to put a bottle cap on things.
Yeah, just stop that pressure from fizzing over in towards a goal. Now Sharpness look to return what was a lump up the park, but that lump does not actually convert in towards anything of a goal opportunity. UEA now on the attack as they look to combine. I mean, you're talking about individual efforts from each player on UEA. They've got plenty of that capability, but nothing has come forward just yet.
Yeah, flips the ball, palms it away. You see when UEA look most dangerous is with these fast-paced balls up the field when Ant-Man is, you know, setting it up for either snipe or Eclat Mackers 9 times out of 10. In those set plays, those moments, is when you have to be worrying most for Sharpness's chances, but they've been able to deal with it thus far. Coming into the final minute, I mean, look, maybe overtimes is a thing that Sharpness just tend to do.
Yeah, perhaps that's what they love to thrive in. Okay, maybe a chance there not to be. Snipe just trying to push that ball to one of their teammates. Their teammates, though, are just wanting to miss the goal. Now Sharpness go on the attack, although a demo will stop that.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of boost there. Nearly going for the ground pinch. UEA trying to keep this one going. Seeing if in the final 20 seconds they can get an advantage back, restore something so that they can find a win. And that's with a big demo. Takes Ant-Man out of play, but there is no follow-up.
The follow-up may come through now with this attack. Sharpness, though, rebound that back towards the orange goal. The rebound not quite hitting as where they want to be. It looks like it's going to confirm overtime, but with the last second goal from Sharpness, UEA, their blood is drawn. They may be down, but they're certainly not out. We still have a restart to go if they can score from that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time that's going to be. No, there's nothing. We had dropped into overtime, in fact. So there we have it. Sharpness, they're going to take this one right at the depth of game number 1. And just like that, they find themselves with an advantage on the series yet again. Where do we go from here? That will be interesting to see. But the fact they were able to turn the early goal on its head, get an advantage of their own so deep into that final few seconds is promising signs. Just for, you know, not just like this series, this third place game, but like the longevity of Sharpness as a team. Because as I said before, I've been impressed with their contributions to the circuit thus far. And now it's a question of how much further can they take this result.
Yeah, exactly. How much further can they thrive in this environment? Right now, UEA, I mean, they've had a disappointment result in the semi-final. Is it going to be more disappointment from here? Are they going to be able to bounce back? I mean, we've got to talk about that mental resilience once again, Hazza.
Yeah, they came into this tournament as well with Snipe saying they favoured themselves to be a top 2 team. That enough on paper alone would be enough to secure them a spot in the LAN finals, right? If that was to be the case. But as he said, other teams coming into the competition, things looking a little more dangerous for them, and now we're in a position where they might not even end up finishing third. So already down a singular game, not too much to worry about for them at this point in time. However, though, just move into the next, find a way to build on those advantages that they had, and for Sharpness, more of the same. Thoroughly impressed with what they've shown us so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the worriness, I guess, would come through if it was to be on towards game 3. When they're down 3 games, you know, you're looking at the barrel of a gun where it is looking to end things here. And, well, already, UEA show their resilience and get the first goal.
Yeah. I mean, before the game's even come through, 5 seconds played, and that will suffice for UEA to find what it is exactly that they required.
I start things once again. Eclat Mackers. I think it's more of the same.
Yeah, okay. Finding a goal in the first 5 seconds is something. Unfortunately, we are seeing one of the issues that I think sometimes you do expect playing interregionally, right? Within EMEA, it encompasses a large landmass, and from MENA to the more central European countries on the continent, or you know, the island if we're speaking about the British Isles and the UK team here. Just those ping problems, unfortunately, rearing their ugly head again, and that means that we'll be on a short technical break, I think, or at least on the desk for a moment longer until that can be resolved.
Yeah, exactly. Just going to go straight in towards a recreate of the lobby. At least this is something that we've dealt with before, has it? So it can be, I guess, subsided, dealt with quite appropriately.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's unfortunate to see, right? If I don't know if it's Sharpness's own personal internet, if
Yeah.
they're playing from any kind of esports facility at the academy that they have, of course, Saudi Esports Academy, the university in which they study in. I'd have to sort of research it up a little bit more, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to see these initiatives forming across
Yeah.
the region as a whole. You know, not just MENA but EMEA at large, and get that sort of consistency across the universities. We've seen Germany and Dr. Buchmann, for example. I mean, even when we had Zedo on the interview, had his kit right with the university, the sponsors on it, right?
Adidas as
There's
well.
backing behind these guys.
Yeah.
Adidas being a German brand at its core, so it's nice to see
Yeah.
that further investment regionally through these teams. I know that UEA, they've got CGI on board as a sponsor for Blue Jays, trying to separate the esports faculty away from the video game society at large to sort of try and funnel more players in the pipeline to sort of like carry things on. And because I know that there are lots of people who play video games casually, but then making that distinction between people who want to play esports and maybe compete anyway in these like sort of tier 3 grassroots circuits and putting them into the collegiate system and get an extra lease of life, you know, sort of enjoy that competitive nature. That was my introduction to esports, certainly, I guess, or a more competitive sense, right? And it's really great to see.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? It's now starting to grow other things. You know, I mean, I know there's, for instance, up in Scotland, we've got our own competitions forming. You know, and these I guess for us, it would be like more into like country stuff. Like, you know what I mean? There's stuff that is going to grow the games that are there, and I guess invite more people to come and watch or come and compete.
Yeah, no, international competition, always a good thing to see. So the lobby now being prepared, of course, we can get the players back in. As it currently stands, Sharpness up 1-0 in the best of 7. And potentially 6 more games to play. I mean, we were just about teased the overtime, which didn't end up happening because the clock had already run dry. The final grains of sand had hit the bottom of the hourglass, and there was nothing left to be unsaid. So interesting now as to how UEA will kick on, if they can find an early goal, as they did in the fake game that we were just showed, as the ping issues, unfortunately, a thing for Saudi Esports again. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we definitely will. We are almost ready to head back in towards this one, Hazza, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to. UEA looked like as if they had a good start. We were excited for a minute there, Hazza, but unfortunately not the case.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rocket League, either way, goals for either team, always something to be excited about, whether regionally they're closer to home or further adrift. As I said before, there's always going to be that pride of university, but as I said as well, it is nice to see the MENA representatives having as much success as they are. You know, compared to other regions, sometimes perhaps don't have the same kind of infrastructure behind them backing. I know that Null in the UK, for example, has been running for many years now. I think really you're coming up upon a decade. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Josh or Dave, if they are watching. But yeah, it's that development process. It starts somewhere, and Sharpness having this team, these 3 players that can fly the flag for them, and with plenty of people watching at home, some kind of inspiration, something to build off of, as that is a very close attempt on their goal early on, is fantastic to see.
Yeah. Oh, the ball just nearly hitting the back shot of the goal. Nothing quite capitalised upon. Again, though, Sharpness now have to defend. They now have to stop the UEA wave that comes forward to them.
And deal with it they shall do, in fact. Now just making its way over the halfway line. As I say that, UEA in for a little bit more. Ant-Man riding the ball up the side of the field. Eclat as well involved. And it is just that scrappy early engagement that we're seeing between the teams yet again. Sharpness looking to break that flow, perhaps, and create something of their own here. But the ball pretty consistently in transition between the 2 teams. Nothing made concrete just yet. A nice pass, but JSM runs out of boost.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems as if it was almost a little bit of rule 1. But what it is going to be, it is a goal.
Yeah, there's a Peter Crouch on the end of the Route 1. able to dunk it in, lofted from the heads. Anas, in fact, that's more of a Jermaine Defoe in the duo, I think. Nice and low, little touch over the line there to get it done. A deft one, in fact. And it's a lead for Sharpness, not something that they had in the previous game, but they are, in fact, up 1-0 in both games and match.
Yeah, but is it going to go to the wayside now as we see another attack forming from UEA? The ball though, sent forward, Sharpness with a nice little dunk on towards the goal. Just as you thought, Hazza. Just as you thought UEA were going to have a chance themselves.
Look at that. Anas up the field, JSM in, rolls it off the tyre. Like, I don't know.
Overhead kick?
Yeah, kind of like an overhead kick. I was thinking more when you see like one of those circus animals like jogging on the spot on a big comic-sized ball, right? Like giving it rolling over, like they're stationary, but the ball is moving underneath their feet. Like really nice control to sort of flip it through. But yeah, overhead kick, perhaps the one to go for. A Berbatov-esque moment.
Yeah. Exactly. Unfortunately for them. Oh no! Oh, the ball just went wide and it's went in! They've converted it. Sharpness go 3-0 of Hazza on game number 2. And just remember, it's only halfway through the match.
Yeah, UEA just ever so slightly dipping their heads there. Perhaps sold under the illusion that they had put themselves up 1 to the good and nothing would be under contention when you look at the little reset that we had. It's an open field that Glows can run into to tap the ball over the line for a 4th Sharpness finish. Oh my goodness, what a start.
This is not looking good here for UEA. They look like they don't have the bottle that they need here, unfortunately. It looks like Sharpness are racing to the finish line at this point. 4-0 up. Game 2 almost but guaranteed at this point.
And then it gets to a point when UEA are just looking to preserve damage control, saving face as much as they possibly can, so that you're not down and out by the time it gets into that game 3. At the very least, the amount of matches that will be confirmed to have been played. I mean, the 4th one then, who even knows what the scoreline looks like by the time we get there. And as we have only just moved across the halfway mark in reality by about 40 seconds or so, UEA, if they can start scoring now, maybe, just maybe, there's something left for them in this game.
I think you're on some copium, Hazza, because
I think I definitely am, but you know, as I'm saying, you take anything out of this game goal-wise, you've broken that drought at the very least, and you've got something to show for, at least mentally going into the next.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But for Sharpness, they're looking to just continue their domination. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. The ball now heading up towards their goal, but unfortunately, UEA not able to get anything of capitalization, anything that is objective.
UEA have struggled a little bit in the rotations on this game, right? Perhaps an overcommit or two appearing for them, because Sharpness, at least half the goals they have scored have been on this counter-attack, right? Building up the boost, being quite rapid in the way that they move up the field. What a shot from Eclat Mackers. Just about hits the woodwork, not able to connect with the goal mouth itself. And coming into the final minute or so, Sharpness might want to add a little more, a sprinkle of spice, and everything nice for a 5th.
Yeah, there's been nothing nice so far for them. Let's look at this. The goal, the chance is there. What a save coming through.
What a save.
I think that was Goes that got it, and well, they look to follow it up. The ball continuously in the air. Unfortunately, Ant-Man not able to find what they were looking for.
Eclat is looking to just pull it away. A late goal here for UEA means something, right? Ultimately counts for nothing, but in the own mental game that they'll be playing right now, as I said before, coming out of that defeat against Amsterdam Kabul, not making it to the LAN, how they're going to be feeling personally. You want to overcome those issues, just for the sake at least of bagging yourself the bronze medal and sitting on the podium places. For Sharpness, they've carried on as they left off in the first game. And I mean, hey, they've won that game 4-0, feeling very, very nice results-wise for them now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the only time that we've seen UEA actually put up a bit of a fight is in that first game where they scored first. Maybe that is an issue for them if they concede the first goal. Remember, all the way back to that quarterfinal, I mean, their opponents were only able to score one goal, and that was when UEA were already up 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's a troublesome one for UEA. They'll have to try and find a way to rekindle what we know it is that they are very capable of. As we said before, and even speaking to the players, they know exactly what job it is they're coming here to do. It's to stand on the podium with the other teams and cement themselves as a top 3 team within EMEA for the collegiate level at the very least, right here in Amazon University Esports Masters. And once again, of course, now is a decent time as ever to give a shout out to our sponsors, Omen. They're going to be powering the PCs for the 2 teams that are making it to the finals, Amsterdam Carball Esports, of course, and Hanover as well. So now UEA, looking to power up this game of their own as they sit 2-0 down in the series.
Yeah, exactly. They need to fight back in this game, at least get one, because if it goes 3-0, that's where my worries really start. Although that was a good start from UEA, nearly getting a chance on towards the goal.
Oh! JSM starts us off again with another goal. UEA, while they found the opener in the first match, I mean, they have not been enjoying the final few rounds in this matchup. This battle for bronze that we're seeing. Sharpness are 5 goals in a row. Well, actually, no, they're not. They're 7 goals in a row now, uncontested. UEA went 1-0 up in match 1. Then it was 2 back from Sharpness, 4 in the previous, and now 1 here to add on to the woes and troubles of the UK outfit. I mean, that is not a spot that you want to be in whatsoever.
Yeah, the ball sent up once again. At least Snipe is able to snipe it out there. A nice little bit of marksmanship there. Although a nice demo puts Sharpness on towards the attack.
Yeah, Sharpness trying to turn that defense into attack as they've managed to many times. Counter-attacking Rocket League is their forte, and they've played it down to a T. JSM carrying this one forward. A nosedive with the ball as it's sent to the corner of the goal, but ultimately collected.
Yeah, can be. Although, as for UEA, they've sent it forward. A nice disrupt there on the aerial. Not even having to connect with the goal, but just connect with the car, their opponent. Lovely play coming through from Snipe. You see it just here. Takes JSM out the road and the ball in towards the goal.
Really nice disruptive play from Snipe, like you mentioned. Just getting the elbows out, going bumper to bumper, and finding UEA the kind of goal that they have really been asking for as well. As I said before, it was 7 in a row, the streak that they had conceded from game to game. Now, all things tied up and everything considered in between, Sharpness will need to respond. They look to try and do so through JSM, a demolition in many ways of their own. And numbers forward to be sending this into the goal.
Well, the ball just bounces in the midfield as Sharpness look to recollect himself for a defence. Although again, it's this UEA defence of the midfield that is always so strong. Sharpness need to try and break this mid-line that they've built up and continuously get the ball forward, just chipping away at this line of defence.
Yeah, it's playing the numbers game pretty well, UEA. JSM going head-to-head with Ant-Man, who just about wins out. Tees up a shot. It crawls and creeps across the line, but not quite enough for UEA to actually find the goal. So we maintain at a deadlock.
We do maintain. The ball just juggled towards the goal. At least Anas is there to collect it and send it elsewhere. And again, another aerial duel to come through. UEA, something that they've been very good at.
And Snipe maintaining it, rolling things forward. The snowball there. Will Sharpness melt under the pressure for a second time? Both of these teams having faced defeat in the single elim, now playing for pride more than anything else, regionally, and for their team as well. Glows looking to inspire the attack. It's JSM that will maintain it. A scramble on the line, Anas to follow up, but nothing found.
Nothing found just yet. Don't forget they are also playing for a €600 prize pool, Hazard. Nothing that can be scoffed at.
Of course, there's so many factors at play here, Cairo, that we do have to reiterate, of course. And yeah, it's not only personal, but making sure you are in those top 3, because it sounds better than top 4, right? Marginal gains, but podium places more importantly.
Yeah, exactly. The ball goes up once more. Eclatmakers now trying to get the ball forward, but can't do so. The demo coming through once again. Snipes it out the air, and Snipes an advantage for UE.
It's that cliche every single time when you see this guy. It's a reason why he is named so fittingly with the long ball. Teased into the open goal, and UEA have the lead again. They haven't had this kind of an advantage since match number 1, and Sharpness picked up the first couple, so this is exactly the resurgence we need to see from them.
Well, now it's all up to Sharpness to find their own resurgence in towards this game specifically. As again, the ball has been sent forward. And again, we're seeing this attack not quite formulate the way that they want it to formulate. It ends up becoming a little bit scrappy in front of the goal mouth, although UEA will happily collect that and send themselves forward.
Oh, Eclat trying to redirect it off the base of the car, but ends up turning that attack to a defensive maneuver. Only a little bit of boost for him. Finally fills up the tank, and Sharpness nearly eat their fill. Eat good in the goal mouth of UEA. Snatch it away from them. A nice testing shot from JSM, but coming past the 30-second mark, it will be insufficient.
Snipe now sends it towards Sharpness's goal. They need to be extremely sharp to keep this up, to get themselves back in towards the game, something that they've continuously done across every single series that they've fought in, has it?
9 seconds left, coming through the final 10. Overtime not looking to be the case here. UEA want the ball to drop dead. The pulse of Sharpness to conclude at least for one final match. It's a high one. JSM is there off the backboard. The double touch will be bringing us to OT. Inevitable as always. Saudi Arabian Esports Academy do it again.
Sharpness are the buzzer beaters. The UEA defeaters, perhaps. That's what we need to see. We go all the way to overtime once again as Sharpness look to extend it 3-0 in games.
The possibility, quite frankly, didn't look like it was there for Sharpness in this match, but all of a sudden, they wake up, both eyes fixated on the chance of them taking the match. But UEA shut the doors, they shut up shop, and just like that, we will be going to a game 3 with that deficit reduced.
The deficit has well and truly been reduced, has it? As it goes 2-1 in terms of games. Winner UEA for this one. Sharpness let the ball slip in this game.
Yeah, I mean, what a game, right? I think if Sharpness take that one in OT, it's not all said and done in terms of the series for UEA, but it's looking like you're starting to reach that point of no return, as I said before, right? It's series point for them at that point in time. You've shown one of your better performances in the recent games that we've seen. You've overcome your goal drought, you had a lead, and then just for it to disappear in front of your very eyes when you've got one hand on the result, it would have been damning, I think, especially for them mentally. It would have drained a lot out of those reserves. So now coming into this one with things tightened up a little bit more, I'm really excited to see how this game 4 is going to be.
Yeah, I'm totally excited. Sharpness again looking to extend it to 3. Map and series point, or sorry, game and series point I should say, is what they're looking for. And UEA looking to fight back into it. Something that has to be said though, Sharpness again, they have that mental resilience, but they just didn't have it in the semi-finals to get it over the line. Do they have it this time for this series?
I mean, how many times have I said it in the past that UEA, they're capable of taking a result in any match, really, against collegiate opponents, but they never make it look easy. It was a 7-game match against Amsterdam Kabul where they fell short. It was pushed all the way to the final game in that series against Roehampton that Snipe was speaking about on the interview as well. They pushed it the distance in Null 2 when we saw the bracket reset come through. They came in as the 3rd place team here, and if they want to leave as the 3rd place team, when that is the highest position they can possibly finish, it's going to take a similar turnaround.
Yeah, it really is. Eclatmakers just in control of that ball, trying to somehow jostle it away from their goal mouth.
A little bit limp with nothing, no fuel to work off, no boost. I'm going to recuperate that a little bit as Glows drives on forwards. Both of the players just jumping up in the air to try and make best contact with the ball, but still the flight path remains undeterred. Sharpness continuing this barrage of attempts on the UEA goal.
Yeah, the barrage is stopped just for a minute. Although UEA with a chance, but Ant-Man just doesn't have the momentum that is needed in the right direction either. And Sharpness now send the ball forward away from their side of the half, but it doesn't seem as if that's going to be the case. Although with a little bit of jostling, they do manage to get it towards a good opportunity.
Yeah, both of these teams, of course, cognizant of the fact that they're coming out of a defeat into the third place game. And it will take one last coalesce from each of them to bring their forces together, try and get this win to really, you know, remove that dampener that we've seen before. And UEA already a brilliant job from them in the last couple of minutes to rectify these results and find a goal.
With that one goal advantage, now UEA send themselves in towards a good position. Sharpness having to refight their way back into it, and they've done it before. They did this in game 1.
They nearly did it in game 3 as well.
Yeah.
When we saw it just then, they pushed it to an OT, but that possibility continues to move further adrift. Ant-Man with a nice goal just snatches it from in front of Glows their snipe and the ball into the pathing of Ant-Man. It's a rare goal from him. I mean, usually he isn't tipped to be one of the scorers. More the defensive side of things is where he will work best. And yeah, it's just Snipe and E-Clap Mackers that have most of the action. But hey, look, there's always room for that third player to get themselves on the sheet.
Yeah, exactly. A share of the spoils. And it seems to be spoils at this point because they look to upset their opponents. But when they had a 2-game advantage, although as for games right now, they're certainly not giving up. The ball being sent forward, but nothing quite, again, capitalised upon.
It's all about moving things step by step. Difficult to dribble the ball in Rocket League, right? There's not too often that you're going to be holding on to it and covering decent amounts of ground at the same time. So a lot of this coming down to that passing play, something which UEA have been very good at, finding those situations where they're able to pick out their teammate in an advantageous position to convert, like you say. Ant-Man trying to be that player. In fact, it's E-Clap Mackers that will spin it over, but just sort of looping this one from side to side. There's nothing in the middle to poke it over the goal line.
Yeah, I think the key word for this series so far has been capitalisation. Nobody quite able to capitalise on the position they quite make, apart from UEA in this spot. Sharpness need to find a way to break down this defence that seems to be so good as UE have shored up the holes in their defence.
Yeah, it feels like right now, with a 2-goal lead for UEA, 2 minutes or so left on the clock, there's going to be a decisive moment coming up which makes the difference. You even see there sort of passages of play, things opening up. If Sharpness can get on the better end of this, as it seems like they might be able to here with a 50 ultimately won out by Snipe, there is still an opportunity for them, but 3 goals I think would be more than enough for UEA to see this one through and tie up the series coming out of game 4.
Yeah. Well, the ball sent forward once again, but Sharpness now look to pounce upon an opportunity that may lie in wait. Nope, not to be. Again, the ball, it's just more of that best defence is offence for UEA, and they're doing it so well.
Yeah, it's that lack of clairvoyance as well, to be thinking a few steps ahead, as you always have to in Rocket League, to cultivate those set plays, make the most of the situations you have. JSM here, keeping the ball high, trying to send it down, delivers a blow, a stake perhaps to the hearts of UEA as the deficit is reduced. The buffer has dissipated, and there is a serious chance now, as it's so unfortunate, both Snipe and E-Clap Mackers perhaps getting in the way of one another, unable to clear their lines.
a lifeline perhaps for Sharpness to get through, although UEA looked to decimate that, looked to get rid of any sort of lifeline in this game to make it 2 apiece, restore equilibrium between the two, not to be so far. Ball just goes a little bit wide. Oh, the shot saved, massive, but it's still there for Sharpness to restore equilibrium in the scoreline for this one specifically.
Yeah, equilibrium, chemistry between the two teams bubbling over in what has been a cauldron of our last few minutes, I think it's fair to say. 2 for UEA, an instant response. I said that 3 could have been enough, and even at this point it might not, with how much there is left for them. 30 seconds remain, and UEA really slowed down the pace defensively here.
The pace, again, needs to be quicker, although that pace might just be enough. No, it's not. Sharpness now go on the attack. Clapmakers being that upset. That just number 6 in the middle of the park. Although, and now Sharpness try to convert it, send it forward. I don't think it will be. I think it'll be a defence. Lovely, just redirect. The ball goes up, closes there, and we're in overtime.
It was going to happen sooner rather than later, Cairo. Who is going to win in overtime? Let's see. UEA, at least on the defense to start things off, but Sharpness have the players, don't want to overcommit them too much.
Yeah, they don't want to find themselves in awkward spots, find themselves on the back foot. It's all about that offense and getting the ball towards the goal. Oh, that redirect just misses ever so slightly. The demolition there, but it's on towards a Sharpness player. That reset for them as the ball goes and heads its way forward, just can't quite get where it needs to go.
Yeah, UEA trying to deal with it, moving upfield. The pack of players, all 3 of them present, snipe towards goal. Here is Ant-Man, and UEA with their 3rd, finding game number 4 and tying up the series.
Yeah, we go 2 apiece from either team here. Now we see the quality come through. We're asking for UEA to show us it, and they've showed us it in bucket loads.
Yeah, Sharpness up 2-1 in the series, as they were in that pivotal semi-final, which didn't go their way. Now 2 apiece, and whoever comes out of this next game will be sat on 3rd place point to pick up the bronze medal, the podium places, and the prize pool alongside it. So for Sharpness, if they end up losing this one, you've got to be worried yet again. When we had just seen them perform so well and even give themselves a chance back in that game when they were down on the goals.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean, Sharpness and UEA, they've both showed us exactly what they can do. But this game is probably the most important so far, just like I highlighted in the last series. Whoever wins this takes the advantage and has the opportunity to win out this 3rd place match.
Yeah, it's plenty on the line. As we said before, not just cash, pride, both regional, personal, what they want to take away from this tournament, what those ambitions look like. For Sharpness, it would be that statement piece, as we said before. By many of the teams, they would have been considered outsiders. They came through the MENA qualifier rather than the more Central European one, which we saw a lot of the other teams participate in. But in EMEA at large, they've already made a mark. Do you know what I mean? Like, we have seen some landmark performances from them to make it as far as they have done, but this would be the icing on that cake, right? And that's why, in many ways, even if I've come from UEA, you're like almost rooting for them anyway as that underdog to really show us what that capability is and realize it in the result.
Oh, nice start here. Within 9 seconds, UEA go up 1. Now Sharpness on the back foot from the get-go, and this is where UEA have been able to build up their leads so efficiently.
Yeah. What that does for them as well is it means that Sharpness are just chasing back to try and not necessarily recover the lead, but stop UEA from just walking away with it outright. They have to make it a little competitive for us to even go towards an overtime, for example, that we very nearly saw in the past couple of games, and we did in fact in game number 4. Mentioning as well, with it being this match at this point in time, one of these teams has an opportunity to put themselves right on the edge of taking 3rd place.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get themselves back into this map, Sharpness, and they certainly seem to be able to do so, although Eclatmaker's just able to redirect towards the goal of Sharpness, allows them to reset their form. That shot just goes wide, just ever so slightly.
A bit of a finesse to the shot, curling away from the desired destination. UEA maintaining this pursuit. Eclatmakers, as I said before, box to box, will take the ball, looks to pinch it down low, gets a favourable touch, but there is no follow-up, no second player to be dealing with it. Another troubling effort from Ant-Man, but nothing picked up as such at this point in time.
Yeah, defending for the lives here, Sharpness, as they now look to go on the offense. The ball goes up, the chance is there, and it's there for UEA. The storm cloud over, Sharpness's goal rains down, and it certainly is looking blue for them.
Yeah, Snipe on the angle, very nice finish from him. 2-0 to UEA, continues to tick on. Being 2 games down, they now find the scoreline level and an opportunity to move ahead in the series. 1 off of the bronze medal, but Sharpness, they're not done. JSM finds a goal when it is called for them, and duty taken up, responsibilities found. Still far from over.
Yeah, this is a two-way conversation, this game. Sharpness prove it. No more monologuing from UEA in terms of the goals. Need to see if this conversation can continue, though. Already on towards the attack. Is there anybody there to capitalise off this back shot? It doesn't look likely.
Nah, a shot from the backboard, not quite finding it. Sharpness trying to stabilise. The positions you don't want to give, Eclat being that strong ones player that we know of, is, you know, like this, the 50s, where he's going to win out. A great redirect for an attempted UEA chance off the backboard of their own, but Glows is there to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, ball sent forward. Ant-Man just, I think, waiting for maybe an opportunity.
Yeah.
As we see them return through, it doesn't come forward, but this time maybe there is. Anas is there, but gets a favourable touch towards UEA. The ball sent towards goal. A nice save comes through from GSM.
I mean, all of these players on the sticks, of course, as well. So maybe Ant-Man deserving of a break of sorts, just waiting for the ball to cross him in that situation, and making sure that the rotations are sound here as well. There's no overcommits, but also UEA not ever left in a position where some form of attack that they look to try and create wouldn't be fruitful.
Well, we need fruits to be bared of the labour of Sharpness. The Labour's just only leaving them a goal down as 2 minutes mark is hit. The time is on, the pressure cooker builds, and I mean, again, this attack not quite hitting the mark that it needs to.
Big demolition there to stop Ant-Man moving forward. Snipe is here, drops the shot down, Anas deals with it, and coming into the closing stages of this game, UEA still able to retain the lead that they have for the time being. Sharpness, the most recent team to have scored, but does that look like there's a double up on the cards right now? It's really hard to say.
It truly is. The ball now sent forwards. GSM has the read and sends it back the way it came. Anas follows up. There's a chance here. Yes, there is, but a shot just saved out. I'm not quite sure who it was, but I'll tell you something. Snipe follows it up with a lovely rebound. The ball not quite cleared from the goal mouth as the assault continues.
The Sharpness players queuing up to attack the goal. The UEA players queuing up for their defensive duties. Ant-Man, that stalwart player that we expect at the back, will send the ball forwards himself and find a third. That might just be the nail in the coffin for game number 4, and UEA with a chance of taking this one home.
50 seconds remain, no hazard. We've seen Sharpness fight back at any moment in time. All it takes is a quick goal and they've got it in the locker. Can they find it here?
I mean, we saw them, was it in the space of 30 seconds capitulate? Can they try and do onto UEA what was done onto them by Hanover? Flip reset from Anas, going head to head. 30 seconds, half of the time bank already eaten through, and no signs that a goal is going to be coming anytime soon.
It doesn't look as if that's to be the case. The ball goes up and Ass is there. The ball now sent forward here for UEA, but nothing again. Getting really in towards a good opportunity. The ball, it's just been really scrappy.
It's just lingering around that goal, right? Just above the upright. There is something left for Sharpness in this game. JSM finding another one. Just about able to get it done. Boosts ahead of Snipe and beats Ant-Man to it. 7 seconds. Could it be lucky number 7 for Sharpness? If they lose here, might be going to a game 7 if they want a chance of winning. In fact, we would be. Time ticking down and UEA looking to kill this one off.
Yeah, looking to, although the ball drops down, UE finally find that game number 3 and move themselves on towards series point. Advantage towards them. Sharpness now need to come in with a strong game 6.
It's like a fake reverse sweep almost, right? Like Sharpness find the first 2 games. They look good. There was an overtime in the middle there somewhere. They could have been up 3-0. Like we could have just seen this series already be wrapped up, in fact, but it hasn't proved to be the case, of course. UEA able to take that decisive game 3 in overtime, and from that position onwards, they've just been able to use the momentum generated to keep on winning out in these last couple matches and turn the tide on the result towards their own favor. Now only 1 away from that 3rd place. Snipe having said that they thought they were a top 2 team coming in with what the seeding might have looked like. Top 3, that bare minimum, I think, and yeah, maybe they will just about be finding it.
Well, let's hope so. The ball goes up once again, and Ass is there already. Sharpness looked to send them on towards the best front foot, but it's been UEA the past couple games that have found the first goal. As GSM just lying in that aerial battle, something that UEA again have been good at.
Yeah, ball back and forth right now. Anas trying to go for something there. Of course, we are just on the default stadium, not the one under the sea. Anas maybe getting a buff there. Of course, like our friend SpongeBob living in the pineapple house. Anas similar to Ananas. This is me really clutching at straws for wordplay. It is, I know.
What have we told you, Hazza? Come on. You're not a poet.
I had to have a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, I know you tried. You tried. And do you know what? We respect you for that. But I'll tell you what we need to respect is Sharpness's push. Almost there and towards the front of the goal. UEA defending for their lives, or defending for the lead that they have here. Defending for that 3rd place finish. The ball goes up, but it's back. And Eclat Mackers is there.
Yeah, sending it forward still. Sharpness not able to make anything out of this first minute or so that they've had testing the UEA side of things. And if they were to concede initially in this matchup yet again, I mean, what's their headspace going to look like? You're down on what could be the final game you end up playing today. Already, of course, having a previous 11, now this being the 16th match that they'll have played.
Yeah, 16th match. It's going to be a tough one for them. I mean, realistically, looking to make it even more so. The ball just continuously back and forth. It's just scrappiness between the 2 teams, nothing quite concrete.
It's every now and then you see this moment open up when you can visualize the goal in front of yourself, right? When there's just that set play, and it's going to be here right now. The whole game blown wide open. Ant-Man able to just get the drop on the goal. Yeah, you see it here. It's a missed aerial. Anas not compensating for his teammate in that situation, expecting perhaps them to have got a cleaner contact. And just like that, UEA find the opening goal that they would have liked, and we're almost halfway through this.
Yeah, we are almost halfway through this. We're almost at a 2-goal lead. In fact, we are, Hazza. UEA finding themselves in towards a situation where it is all but confirmed this 3rd place finish.
When it rains, it pours. The cloud is the flourish on the goal, of course, and maybe Anas under an ocean of pressure themselves, our pineapple friend. Ant-Man looking to lunge forwards here. Might even get a chance at a second, but no. Glows will shut them down, and JSM can snatch one back. In fact, nearly does. 2 players able to deal with it, however, and UEA, they keep that advantage at the second.
Yeah. I mean, this advantage needs to be held, needs to be concrete. The players of Eclat Mackers goes up twice, but can they get the ball down? There's so many players lying in wait for sharpness, and now they look to convert this in towards an attack, but it can't be. Again, the stalwart attack from UE converts an opportunity. 3-0, that's the lead. And I mean, that may be, oh sorry, it's not 3-0, it's 3-2, but you know, you get what I'm saying.
I mean, forget the pineapple under the sea. It's going to be Ant-Man coming in with number 3 for UEA. Brilliant stuff from them so far. 3 minutes played and about as many goals to show for their efforts. This has just gone from bad to worse if you're Sharpness, which is sad to see, as I said before. The hopes and pride of a nation riding on their back. Similarly to UEA coming in as one of the 3 UK teams. Of course, only one of them would have been able to progress. Perhaps it could have been an all-UK final, in fact, if Warwick had made it out of that first game unscathed.
Yeah. The Sharpness trying to fight their way back in, and it has to be a fight back in. You realistically are going to throw everything but the kitchen sink at an opportunity here, but UEA just defend their goal, and they defend it so well. A minute and 30 away from confirming third place for them, or confirming and come back for Sharpness. A nice little goal there. Pulse is not quite out yet.
Yeah, it was needing to hit that mark of 1 goal per 30 seconds into the last minute of a half, and they found that just shy. Still time to be played around with. UEA could be fickle. If they find another one, that might be sufficient, but for now, no real barometer on what it is that we're looking at. Eclat Mackers stops this push forwards from being too swift, and in fact, UEA flip reset, snipe in and out with a goal. That is their 4th. UEA in game number 6 look to be much the better team. The development of both of these rosters across the game, and UEA have just grown into it wholeheartedly. Snipe adding insult to injury as that immediate response gets shut down.
Yeah, it feels as if, again, you were talking about waiting lobbies last time. This is a waiting lobby this time, has it? As we are 4-1 up from confirming our 3rd place finish up in the University Esports Masters. And yeah, it has been fantastically shown from both teams.
Now, of course, just seeing if either of these teams want to pad out the highlight reel, perhaps. It's a goal every 10 seconds or less if Sharpness want to improve. I mean, things were looking so good for them, but that one might have just about killed the game off in its entirety. Glows trying to be the face of this retaliation revolution for Sharpness and Saudi Arabian esports at large.
Yeah. I think it is over and done with. We're on the 22nd mark. Eclat Mackers has found their fifth, and that is well and truly the final nail in the coffin for Sharpness. Looking a bit blunt this game, it has to be said, but they have put up a fight in every other game so far. It's very harsh to say goodbye to them in this way.
It is, especially after the 2-game lead that they carried. UEA now winning the subsequent 4, and we speak of nails in the coffin. The one which buries Sharpness looks like a carpenter's workbench. Eclat Mackers delivering another blow. That'll be 6 for UEA, and the series all wrapped up.
Yeah, it is all but truly wrapped up. We are 5 seconds away. Again, I feel as if I'm a countdown clock, because that's essentially what it is. It's a countdown to confirming 3rd place as the cars go once again. Just waiting to, I think that Sharpness have just given up.
Yeah, nothing more to be done at this point in time. Will Eclat Mackers add another to make it 7-1? It is, in fact. While the German team's already made it to the finals, we have a repeat of the Brazilian result here just to end the day off. Nicely done by UEA. They'll be taking bronze.
Yeah, fantastic work from them. Just as you're worried in the early games, has a Sharpness looking to realistically strive, and as you said, in another universe, I mean, Sharpness could have won that 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, and in another universe, that as well, or another world even. I don't think it's too far estranged from what we end up seeing. It could have been Sharpness UEA in the LAN finals, because both of these teams throughout the day demonstrated the quality that they have. I think it was shown a little bit more the difference between the two there, and perhaps difference regionally as well from UEA to then Sharpness and what they've been able to do. Perhaps running out of energy. I mean, they started off the day brilliantly. A 4-0 against Warwick, maybe a revenge story for their fellow countrymen there out of UEA Blue Jays. But yeah, must be said, a good performance from them. Able to just maintain, get that third place, be hitting all of the marks that they need to. The only thing that they fall short with and will probably be a little annoyed about is that they didn't make the LAN finals, but hey, that's still something to take away.
Yeah, exactly. They also, I mean, take away that nice little prize pool that was sitting lying in wait, €600, 200 for each. And I mean, I think, you know what, they could spend it on some new controllers or something. I know the Rocket League love to use their controllers.
Yeah, on the sticks, of course. Got to make sure maybe get some like new grips or something like that. I don't know. Be fully prepared for next season, next split, I suppose, coming out of spring. It's been a serious run for the UEA boys. I think it's fair to say, unbeaten on LAN with this new version of the roster. Snipe fitting in nicely. I have to say, I've been impressed with how he performed in that series as well, actually, when you look at some of the impactful goals that he picked up, even towards the last couple, as it was a complete turnaround from how UEA looked in the first couple matches, then into the final two, night and day, really, when you picture it the way it is. So, yeah, we should have an interview with one of those players coming through. It might be Snipe yet again, and I'm curious to see what his thoughts are, not just on the match that we've seen now, but of course the one that was played off stream in the semi-final as well.
Yeah, I think it is Snipe confirmed. Yep, there he is, lying in the waiting room for us. So as we wait for him to come in, then that's we can get those thoughts. Obviously, we've already interviewed him today, so it'll be nice to get a catch up with him, Hazza.
Yeah, I think it's nice to sort of continue building that narrative, have the follow-up, see how he's feeling. You know, not just about this game, which we've seen, but of course the semi-final matchup as well, because I think that is probably the bigger talking point to take coming out of this one. Obviously, they haven't made LAN finals, but it's still interesting to mull over really what they think went wrong in that game, what they take away from this game as a whole, what the experience has been like now that we have that full timeline of events written out in front of us. So just waiting for a moment and we'll have Snipe here with us.
Yeah. No, Snipe is now here with us, Hazza, so I'll allow you to ask the first question then.
Yeah, so Snipe, great to have you with us, of course. As I said before, commiserations for not making it to the LAN final, but that one's got to be feeling at least pretty decent to have confirmed that third place. You said coming into the tournament, you had your team down as being top two, and maybe those ambitions slightly shifted. How do you feel about the experience as a whole over not just the last few months, but today specifically?
Today, well, we're disappointed, obviously, about losing to Amsterdam. It was close, Game 7.
Yeah.
I feel like if you look over the replays, it was, I don't know, the way we lost, obviously, wasn't preferred. We were up in every game and then we'd lose. Lost a couple of overtimes as well. But overall, we're happy to at least take third place in the end.
Yeah. And I think, like, going in towards this game, it was a troublesome start for you. Sharpness came out the blocks. I mean, was there a surprise there? Did you guys have to reset them yourselves in between games?
I'm not gonna lie, our mentals after losing Game 7 before were we're pretty in the bin in terms of mentals, to be honest. But yeah, after the 2-0 loss, like winning the third game basically just kind of gave us the momentum to carry on winning.
Yeah.
If we hadn't won that third game, I'm not gonna lie, I reckon we would have lost 4. Our mentals were not good, to be honest. We're quite lucky to have won the third game, to be fair.
I was going to say, it came into that overtime, right? So it was a pretty difficult situation to try and rectify, but you guys did it. And then from then onwards, I guess it's just building up that confidence, right? And you said it yourself that when you guys mentally are on it, then obviously you do see yourself as being like a top 3 team sort of internationally here in the circuit as well. Then looking towards the future, of course, this is the spring season wrapped up, and I know that the university term coming through, exams and whatever, that you'll be happy to see the back end of. What is the future and the longevity of this roster then? Do we have players graduating, or are you hoping to bring this core through and keep bringing out those results?
Well, I'm first year, and then Ant and Eklat are both third years. Ant is looking to do a masters, but obviously that depends on certain things. He's applied and all that. Eklat as well is looking to do a masters, but it's not guaranteed that both of them will be here. But I reckon at least one of them will stay for next year. And we've got a sub at the moment who's around SSL level, so we're looking probably to play with him unless someone else joins as well, which we don't know of yet. But,
No, I mean, it would definitely be good to see the roster keep going with the amount of work you guys have already put in. And like I said earlier, you joining up with the rest of the team and proving that you can compete at the very highest level, at least in terms of collegiate and what you've been able to achieve so far. Cairo, any closing questions for you?
I mean, I'm all out. I only had the one, to be honest, Azza.
Okay. All right, then. Well, in that case, Snipe, I will leave you, of course, with some congratulations for at least sort of picking up the bronze medal, of course, sitting on the podium places with the other two teams. Commiserations for not making it to the final, of course. Do you have any final shout-outs that you'd like to, since we're on the broadcast?
Shout out Ant, best player in the game. We love Ant.
Yeah, big moments from him, rolling the sleeves up and doing the defensive dirty work sometimes that he doesn't get the credit for. So big shout out to Ant-Man, and shout out to you and Eklat, and of course Dylan behind the scenes, the coach as well, the big coach.
Yeah, big Pascal.
Wouldn't be the same without Pascal RL. So thank you so much for joining us on the interview, Snipe, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. See you later.
And there we have it. Right, the interview now concluded, our final interview of the day. UEA taking the third place position, the first couple still not ironed out. But as we looked at the bracket last time around, we have Dr. Buchman, Hanover University against Amsterdam University, Carball Esports, making it to the grand finals. Stay up to date with the socials at UE Masters on both Instagram and Twitter, Amazon or University Esports Masters in full, I should say, on Facebook, of course. In terms of the calendar now, there are still a few more playoffs to be played. We've got TFT, Valorant, League, all upcoming for you. And then a month break before that live finals does come up. So make sure to keep in track with everything there, of course, as well.
Yeah, exactly. I know I'm sure following the socials has, I don't know about you, but I'm keeping up to date with all the action. I'm sure League of Legends was fun yesterday, but I mean, Rocket League was a blast today.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some crazy clips. I know we had both Middlecott and Black Bloxer doing that cast as well. Some seriously hype moments, right? All of the clips getting posted on the feed. It was nice to see some of them as well. And all of the highlight moments from today will be there if you guys want to just refresh your memory of how the events did end up transpiring. But like I mentioned, we have our two finalists now locked in for the LAN Grand Finals. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes. As I said before, thanks to our sponsors, Omen, for supplying and helping power this event, and they'll be present at the LAN finals as well. But that is all from myself. Cairo, anything that you want to say before we sign off?
Make sure you follow the socials.
There you go. Happy days. Follow the socials, ladies and gents. We'll catch you all very soon with some more of that playoff action here on Amazon University Esports Masters and the LAN Grand Finals for Rocket League, of course, soon when that ends up happening. But until then, we'll see you soon. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Hey, I don't get what this is about. You got my head spinning on my shoulders. I feel a burn inside of my chest. See the lines as they blur out. I can feel it knocking me out. You're bringing me higher and higher in every way. And all of my doubts, I can feel them fading away. Oh, you're like a fantasy. I know this can't be real. I'm falling way down, all delusional. 'Cause you got me feeling like I'm lucid dreaming, got me flying high. 'Cause I can't believe that I get to have you close. On an endless road, I'm levitating now. In one of those lucid dreams. Wait, you gotta tell me what you did.